All right, and we're live. So today we are gonna continue our playthrough of Karano Shoujo, the second episode, also known as the Shell Part 2 Purgatorio. Man, that's always quite a mouthful, huh? To always repeat that part. But yeah, be that as it may, we yesterday have had quite a few interesting revelations, and they were mainly related to our assistant, Masaki. We still haven't heard all about him, but a lot of new revelations in any case. So, yesterday started off. We continued like with our investigations after the second murder, I believe. So Mizuki Itose. We had already looked a little bit into the organization that is the successor of Senri, which is the organization from Kartagra, and we had a suspicion that they are in some way, shape, or form involved with the murders going on currently. And all of these murders have one thing in common, or I guess more like two things in common. The body is always suspended, and the victims always have this clay doll in their abdomen. And we already know more than Reiji does because, yeah, this we had the whole Hitogata backstory, so we know that they have this curse that punishes those people that worship their god wrong. Lord Hina, he's called. And apparently, this is called a curse when people are punished for worshiping him wrong. So, yeah, they have a striking resemblance, these recent murders, to all of these, to all that curse stuff. And of course, our assistant has been somewhat involved in all that, in all the murders as well, although not as the culprit, obviously, because after the first murder on the nurse Mayu Kamizono, he had an argument with her prior to that, and shortly afterwards he tried to take his own life, and Reiji first suspected that this might be the reason for it, that he was suspected of that. But he also had like some suspicions about him potentially dating her, which he later basically discarded because it didn't make too much sense. But yeah, yesterday for the longest time, Masaki was like in the hospital and recovering from his suicide attempt, which was unsuccessful. And basically he was like didn't know where to go afterwards. So yeah, he was in a bit of a tough spot, and Reiji had some suspicion already that Masaki might have a connection to these murders, even though he wasn't even involved while the second one happened, where the connection to the blessed congregation was found. And yeah, so he was released, and Reiji basically took him in as an employee to keep an eye on him. And during this time, well, we first of all had him do various errands. We had him bring some stuff to Toji, and afterwards we had him do her shopping, which was actually meant for a welcoming party for the guy himself. So he basically cooked the ingredients for his own welcoming meal. And that aside, yeah, what else? What else did we do? Oh yeah, there was another murder, unfortunately, later on, and it was Meguri Takamiya, the girl that we had already seen in the Hitogata backstory. She had come from Hitogata to Tokyo to find Ayato Hinagami, and yeah, this is already not really a surprise anymore. But Masaki is in fact Ayato Hinagami, and so she went to Tokisaka Detective Agency because it was referred to go there by Toji, who just happened to see her looking at a flyer for Takashiro's detective agency at the Ueno station. So she went there. And first of all, Reiji wasn't even there when she arrived, but only Masaki. And so Masaki and her took off together because, they knew each other. And that obviously got Reiji suspicious because he saw like a half filled out form for a request that she was trying to make. And he first of all panicked because he thought Masaki was just going to bolt off, never to be seen again, but that wasn't the case. He came back, and Reiji had him fill out the form, and Masaki filled in the name Naori Kuroya, so which a common friend of Meguri and him, and which we had seen already is working as was planning to work as a doctor, and apparently, according to Fumiya, he has succeeded in that. He's now in Tokyo somewhere, and Fumiya also made like the connection that it was not obviously him in the hospital, Kuroya, because he would have recognized him instantly. And so Reiji was kind of debating whether or not Kuroya actually is Ayato or not, and but he was pretty sure already that it wasn't that he wasn't really Masaki. That wasn't his real identity. What else? Oh yeah, we had another meeting with Rokushiki, the guy from the case involved in the previous cases from the first part of the series, and he was talking to him about Masaki, and apparently Rokushiki hadn't talked to anyone in like God knows how many years, 2 years at least, and Reiji like presented him all his theories about Masaki and why he what possibly could have been his deal, etc., etc. And it's eventually Reiji said, like, he murdered someone, didn't he? And Rokushiki said, yes, that's correct. And so he murdered someone, and I talked about a third murder, right, earlier, and in connection with that, Masaki was arrested because he just accompanied Meguri back to her hotel room, and because he didn't want to be seen from people out of his former settlement, he left the hotel out of the back door, because Sawashiro, who's apparently working in Kuchiki Hospital, was just about to visit Meguri. So he left out of the back door, and of course that raised the suspicions of the police. So although Reiji was pretty sure that he was innocent, because later on he met Yukari from 6:30 to 7, and the murder happened like around 8 p.m. I think they said. So a lot of stuff happening there, and so he was being interrogated by Yaginuma at the police station, and he didn't want to reveal his secrets about what happened in his past, and then Reiji just waltzed in and basically dropped all the bombshells that he found. Yeah, you're Ayato. He actually confirmed it later on that it actually was Ayato, because he asked for the military register or something of his unit for the name Tomoyuki Masaki, and apparently that guy died from some disease. I'm not sure what it was exactly. And it turns out that because of all the connections to Hitogata settlement, Kuroya, Meguri, and he figured that the guy must be the one from that unit that also comes from there. And so he dropped the bombshell during the interrogation. You're this person. You have a connection to all of these people. And I think you have also murdered someone because Rokushiki said so. So all of the bombshells been dropped. And now we were just about to hear the actual backstory from Ayato himself. That It's gonna be interesting, probably. I stopped on that cliffhanger yesterday just because I saw it's probably gonna be a while. So, yeah, let's jump right into that. Okay, so let's first of all get some sound, though. Okay. So, we might have to censor something right away, by the way. But, I will do that as the necessity arises, I suppose. Alright, anyway. The police investigated Satsuki's death for some time, but I learned absolutely nothing from them. Eventually they packed up and went home once it was clear they had a cold case in their hands. And Satsuki was buried in Kakurehina. I wasn't even allowed to visit her grave. Days cruelly turned to months as I sat around like an empty husk, wasting away, and then came the war. Though eldest sons were exempt from the draft, I signed up to fight in a heartbeat. I didn't give a damn about serving my country or any such noble platitudes. I merely wished to find a place to die. Once my training was complete, I was shipped over to the mainland, at which point I spent the next few years on the front lines in Malaysia, Java, and Sumatra. It was there that I learned just how easily people died. All it took was a tiny piece of lead, a simple little trap, or even a single bite from a mosquito or centipede. I remember abandoning a comrade who'd been crippled by a shot to the leg, but perhaps my most vivid memory was this one time we were on the move. One moment this guy was marching right next to me, and the next his head burst, looking like the inside of a pomegranate.
Pomegranate.
Pomegranate, okay. Never would have pronounced it that way. Maybe that's just the American way to pronounce it, but okay. Anywho, no one could afford to play nice in that world. Not when you had to kill any enemy you came across to survive. The sensation of the tool I was given to end lives in an instant still feels fresh on my fingers from time to time. Eventually I grew numb to it all. I got used to the deaths and killing. Therefore I figured I'd get used to the cold reality of Satsuki's death as well. Yet she continually haunted my dreams, dying in my nightmares night after night. She died in every single way possible. I saw her face on all the corpses I'd borne witness to throughout the war. Would wake up buried in corpses of Satsuki's every day. One night, when I was serving as a sentry in the jungles of the Philippines, I asked my squad mate, an older guy by the name of Masaki, if he ever dreamed. He said he saw the men he killed in his dreams too, then added with a laugh that he didn't get them on nights he had a full belly. Ooh, that's the sort of humor dark humor you used to cope, I guess. Provisions were few and far between in the jungle, and our supply lines were frequently cut off. Many of my comrades starved to death before they even managed to take up arms. Masaki and I bonded over our similar upbringings, with both of us being from the sticks, but unlike me, he had no family. Unfortunately, fate was not kind to my friend. He was struck by high fevers brought on by malaria, but we had no medicine. Not that the malnutrition had ever offered him much hope of recovery to begin with. Yeah, screwed no matter what way, huh? Things develop. He was buried on the spot, much like everyone else who died on the field of battle. He had no possessions of his own, nor anyone to send them to. Then the Americans began landing on the island at the start of the year. We fought back while living in fear of air raids and tank shellings. It wasn't too long before they bulldozed their way into the mountains and invaded. We were far too starved and debilitated to put up a good fight. I watched as my comrades died one after another, our strengths deteriorating by the second. Eventually I was the only one left before I even knew it. Afterward I was incorporated into another unit and continued fighting. But it wasn't long before the war ended. I was lucky to be relatively close to the main army, as I learned about the order to lay down our arms right away. Thus I was sent back to Japan without having died in battle after the war had ended. Indeed, despite having lost all purpose in life and looking for a place to die following Satsuki's death, I felt lucky to be alive. That epiphany came to me when I was on the repatriation train due to Toyama, when I realized I had no qualms about going home. I believed Satsuki had kept me alive, that she had summoned me back to Hitogata so I could close the book on her death. And so I beheld my own old hometown as I swore to bring Satsuki's killer to justice. Okay. I wonder if he had any idea what that was even about, but oh, okay, we're actually getting a flashback of that. Okay. Ayato boarded a wood gas bus at the train station on the foot of the mountain, and rode all the way to Hitogata. He was the sole passenger. Ayato disembarked to find his hometown blanketed in snow. It feels like I've been whisked back to that winter. On his way over, he saw that Toyama City had been ravaged by air raids, turned into a twisted hellscape appropriation of its former glory. This place, on the other hand, hadn't changed one bit. So much so that he would have thought there'd never been any war at all, had he not known any better. Master Ayato! Ayato's ears echoed with a familiar voice he hadn't heard in years. Miss Kirimura. Oh, it's so wonderful to see you home, Master Ayato. Yuka bowed, her voice choked with tears. It's good to be back. Ayato's family maid looked like she'd barely aged a day since he last saw her all those years ago. A facet that only served to heighten the illusion that Hitogata had been separated from the rest of the world. Mistress Karen is waiting right inside. I'll take your things. It's Karen. I cannot not pronounce it that way. Wait, I just skipped something accidentally. Yuka took the dirty knapsack Ayato was carrying and led him into the town hall's branch office. A kindling stove sat on the dirt floor. Karen was warming up in a chair right by the fire. Oh. She rose to her feet upon seeing Ayato. Ayato. I'm back, Karen. Grown so big. Karen hugged her brother for dear life, her body racked with sobs. Ayato. Thank heavens you survived. She gripped his filthy uniform and wept into it. Ayato couldn't very well tell her she'd get herself dirty. He was just surprised there was someone who'd be so glad to see him return alive. Hey, it's great to see you, kid, but how'd you get back so fast? I've heard there are a bunch of boys still stuck in China right now. Saizo called out from his post. I simply got lucky. Lucky or not, it's a miracle you made it back alive when you were the only one of us to go to war. Lord Hina must have been protecting you. That's a way to look at it, I suppose. A vengeful god kept me safe. That's rich. Lord Hina had played no part in Ayato's survival. He really had just been lucky, nothing more, nothing less. Let's go home, Ayato. Sure. I'll go on ahead and draw you a bath. Yuka bowed and exited the branch office. Why don't we get going as well? I'm sure you must be tired. Home's just a step around the corner. Sure. And with that, Karen escorted Ayato out of the building. She was a total chatterbox on the way home. She talked about how their father was too busy to come home these days since he was stuck providing massive amounts of medicine now that the war was over. about how Naori was attending college in Tokyo, about how Mia and Kensei's daughter was growing up, and also about how Karen herself would start working at Hinagami Pharmaceuticals next spring. But apart from all those, Hitogata hadn't changed a bit. Or at least, very little. You know, I can totally feel that. I mean, not that I've ever been to war or anything like that, but, you know, whenever I've been away for a while from my village and return, it's always the same, you know? With maybe a small little changes here and there, but, you know, it feels like you're just back there where in a place where nothing has ever changed. But yeah, let's continue. It had been several years since Ayato had left his hometown to join the army. Yet here it almost felt like no time had passed. He still remembered Satsuki's death as if it were only yesterday. Suddenly Ayato stopped. The stone staircase to Shigusa Shrine spanned before him. He stood absolutely still, nearly convinced Satsuki would show up at any second. Ayato. Karen stared at his face. Sorry, it's nothing. He knew he'd never see Satsuki again. Not as anything more than a revenant anyways. I'm truly blessed to see you once again. Ayato kneeled on the floor and bowed to the head of the table. Thank you for your service. It was his grandfather's voice that greeted him. And just like that, Hideomi got up and left the living room as though it were merely any other day. Been that way for as long as Ayato could remember. The strict head of the family never parted with his augustness. Thus, it was instead his wife Mariko who came over to Ayato. Get yourself out of those clothes and make yourself at home. A bath will be ready for you shortly. Yes, ma'am. Ayato rose up off the floor and bowed. Man, Karen has the only, humane reaction here. These guys are just, oh, you're back. Cool, I guess. Not like he had, a million opportunities to die or anything like that, right? The old him would likely never have acted so formally, and yet, now he was standing on ceremony with her, the product of years of superior officers drilling discipline into him during his service. Perhaps that was for the best. Right this way, Ayato. Karen brought Ayato back to his old room with a change of clothes for him in hand. It hadn't changed a bit either. The place was exactly as Ayato had left it all those years ago. Take off your clothes, please. I'll wash them. Don't just throw them away. If you would, I've worn them for so long that it probably won't do any good. He knew no amount of cleaning would ever get the stench of blood and mud of them. Well, if you say so. Karen set Ayato's change of clothes down and circled behind him. She then undid his front buttons and grabbed his collar before removing his uniform. Are you alright? Huh? Karen gasped when she saw Ayato's skin littered in discolored bandages. My goodness, what happened to you? Got those from the war, but I'm sure you already figured as much. They served as reminders of the terrorists he'd faced on the battlefield. However, it wasn't enemy bullets that had scarred him. No, they were from jungle insects, sharp branches, and polluted water. All of those had left marks that would follow him to the grave. Do they hurt? Not much, actually. Who knows, perhaps I've grown numb to the pain. Don't you think you'd be better off in a hospital instead of a bath? Oh, of course. Didn't even think about how dirty I'd get at the top. Sorry for being so inconsiderate. Surely you know that's not what I meant. Karen shook her head. Ayato hadn't gotten any adequate medical treatment on the battlefield. Honestly, it was practically a godsend he hadn't gotten sick or lost any limbs despite that. No, not a godsend. Luck. Just like everything else, that's all there was to it. Listen, just change into these and visit the Kuroya clinic before you do anything else. Alright. Ayato threw an undershirt over his dirty bandages and donned the coat. His new clothes smelled rather bizarre. Or rather, it was his uniform that had been the anomaly. He was simply overwhelmed by the missing stench of blood, mud and sweat. Now properly dressed, Ayato visited the Kuroya clinic. Though Karen had wanted to tag along, he'd asked that she stay behind. As much as he appreciated her concern, he had no idea how long treating his wounds would take. I'll just let her accompany you. She's just worried. Surely more than a day, at least. Ayato knocked on the door. Hello, who is... Nanako's voice died in her throat as soon as she saw Ayato on the other side of the door. Ayato? Hello. Ayato bowed. Oh, thank goodness you're back safe and sound. Much to my shame, yes. Don't say that. Oh, if you're looking for now, it's actually attending university in Tokyo. So I've heard, yes. Pardon me, but is the director in? Oh yes, why, is something the matter? I suppose you could say that. I'm sorry to hear that. Come in, he'll be right with you. Thank you. Oh, how splendid, you survived. At least he's a little upbeat, that guy, you know. This village is just like, you know. I guess Sawashiro was reacted fine as well, but you know, it's... The reactions are well, remarkably low-key, I guess. Oh, how splendid, you survived. So beamed and gave Ayato a hearty pat on the shoulder. My apologies, but this isn't a social visit. I was hoping you could treat my wounds. Simply disinfecting them will do. Why, yes, of course. Let's have a look, shall we? Ayato took off his shirt as indicated. I see you haven't been living in the most sanitary of conditions. Your skin is considerably separated. Does it hurt? Not particularly, I just get very itchy from time to time. Doesn't seem like you caught malaria, but regardless, we can't have you getting infected. Nanako, disinfect those. Yes, sir. Now lie down, Ayato. Ayato lay face down on the bed as asked. Just so you're aware, this will probably sting. I'm ready. I must say though, you sure are filthy as sin, boy. No baths out on the battlefield, huh? No, unless you count puddles in the rainforests. Maybe this'll go fast if we scrub you with a brush. Director, we're ready to go. Perfect, then let's begin. Wipe the non-suppurative skin with a steaming hot towel. Yes, sir. Nanako rubbed Ayato's shoulder with the towel. Heat seeped into his bones. Dirt and mud soon fell off him in clumps. However, the skin beneath turned out to be sensitive to the heat. Ayato was assaulted by a sensation he'd forgotten. Pain. It's time. Ayato felt something cold seep into his back. A stinging numbness crept over his body. It burned. Though cold, it still burned. Come now. Man up. Ayato gripped the edges of the bed and fought back the pain. Looks like this is gonna need repeat trips to heal up. I think you're right. It will also take time for his skin to fully regenerate. Ayato wasn't bothered by that, seeing as how he'd more or less expected the outcome. But what did bother him was... no baths in your immediate future. You'll have to wipe yourself down for the time being. I suppose that only stands to reason. Ayato gave himself over to Sou and Nanako's care, even though he did feel guilty that Yuka had drawn him that bass for nothing. I'll let you handle the rest, Nanako. Sou exited the office. This place hasn't changed at all since I left, has it? You can certainly say that again. Nanako nodded. It's almost like this mountain was the only place left untouched by the war. You're the only one who knows how things are beyond its borders. What about now? Sounds like he never got drafted due to being a medical student. I think he only knows about the state of affairs in Tokyo. Tokyo was still bombed though. Pretty harshly, if I remember correctly. So was Toyama. War was right on our doorstep and people even died. Yet not a single thing changed here. I mean, be grateful. Save for me. That thought flittered through Ayato's mind. Have there been any updates regarding that incident? Ayato decided to just cut straight to the heart of the matter. What incident? Satsuki's murder. Oh no, none. Police were called off right after the war began. You were around for that, right? Yes. The crushing despair it felt upon learning that fact had led Ayato to sign up for the military. But that one detective, Mr. Inui, I think his name was, apparently visited the settlements numerous times over the course of the war. He always came up empty-handed, though. I see. The killer had never been caught then. Everyone thinks it was the curse of Lord Hina, another murder carried out by human hands. That's why they say it wasn't worth investigating. So you're telling me that Satsuki really was a victim of the curse? Well, no one says that out loud, but I guess it's what they believe. Nanako's answer was vague. Who was it that first started calling it the work of the curse? Figuring that out would prove next to impossible, unfortunately. It would likely just spontaneously come to the villagers' minds after all. Nanako smeared ointment across Ayato's back and wrapped new bandages around his torso. That's it for today. Remember, you'll have to wipe yourself down for a while to come. No bass. Living that gamer life, right? Understood. Ayato rose to his feet and got dressed. I'll be going then. Ayato exited the Kuroya clinic. His body felt light, however his skin chafed and ached against his clothes. Doesn't look like I'll be getting any more investigating done today. I suppose I should hold off until after I heal up a little. Finding Satsuki's murder was all he had left to live for. Thus he had all the time in the world. Unfortunate as that was. Ayato spotted someone standing under the eaves of this house as he returned home. He came to a halt and tried to make out their face. Oh! That figure darted straight for him. But before he could even finish talking... Rito! Oh, there she was still alive. I kinda liked her. Too bad. Meguri tackled him head on, knocking him onto the snow. Ayato grimaced in pain when his recently disinfected wound slammed into the ground. Oops, sorry about that. Meguri instantly scrambled to her feet and lent Ayato a hand. So great to see you home, Rito. Thanks, it's good to be back. The snow-smothered pair stared at one another. Been waiting here ever since Ohina told me you were back in town. Why not wait inside then? Could have hung out with her. Well, yeah, but I don't know. It would have felt rude to overstay my welcome, and I knew I wouldn't be any help over at the hospital, so... I see no need to be a stranger after all these years, if you ask me. Wait, hold on a sec. Meguri interrupted Ayato just as he was about to step inside. What is it? It's late, so I've got to be getting home. I'm glad you made it back. Thank you. Anyway, later. Yeah, it's even kind of heartbreaking a little because, you know, we know how much she loved him before all of that stuff happened, right? To have it end like that. Megari passed right by Ayato. However, she brushed her hand just a smidge against him before leaving. Oh, is something the matter, Master Ayato? Yuka emerged from the front door. No, nothing at all. The bath's ready, so feel free to wash away all your exhaustion from the long trip. Actually, about that, I had to regretfully inform Yuka of the doctor's orders. I say, in that case, I'll take that water and use it to wash you later. Thank you. Man, what a service, huh? I had to retire to his room after eating dinner with his family. Meals with them were just as stifling as he'd remembered. His grandparents hadn't asked any questions. Not about the war or his injuries. The last few years, nothing. Well, to be honest, it's probably for the best that he didn't ask about the war, right? I mean, who actually likes to talk about that kind of stuff? They hadn't even inquired as to why Ayato had enlisted in the first place. Perhaps they weren't interested in him. Whatever the case, Ayato had no idea what was going through his grandparents' heads. He lay face up on his floor. It'd been ages since he'd last even seen a tatami mat. His body felt heavy as lead. Sleep seemed but a blink away. That said, he wanted to rest in his futon at least. Lying out in the open like this was a surefire way to catch a cold, after all. Coming in, Ayato. Karen opened the door and stepped inside. Are you alright? Yeah, don't worry about me. Ayato sat up. Do you need something? Well, no, not exactly. Karen sat right across from him. Just wanted to talk, that's all. It's fine by me, but I don't really have anything worth telling you. Nothing that you'd be comfortable hearing, that is. If anything, I'd rather you tell me about what's happened here. Sure, of course. Karen sat up straight. Alright, what's changed in my absence then? Absolutely friggin' nothing. Not much. Life's the same as ever. What about the festival then? It's no different really, oh, but Saya's doing the dance again. They say it's because the Oracle passed away. Don't you think that means Sacha must have been the Oracle? The Oracle's disappearance didn't add up otherwise. Perhaps. But none of the Shigusas have ever said anything to that effect. Yeah, she's clearly uncomfortable talking about that. I mean, that's hardly a surprise. No one's supposed to know the Oracle's true identity. So they never could have admitted that their visitor from the outside world was the Oracle. But then again, I mean, he knows just as well that Sachin was standing right next to him, so I doubt they have called on to the fact yet that there were two people in that place. Storehouse. Where did Sachin come from anyway? We never figured that out. No clue. Perhaps the police learned something. I wouldn't be so sure. That one detective hasn't been around lately. Guess I'll pay the police station a visit tomorrow then. Is Mr. Takayama still working there? Yeah, and he's as bored as ever. He should count his blessings. Boredom means no crime. Though that was exactly where the curse of Lord Hina deaths stuck out as much as they did. I had to decide he'd stop by the police station and ask about the investigation the next day. Once that was settled, he'd get straight to work on hunting down Satsuki's killer. That was why he'd returned to this place after all. I mean, He must have learned something, I suppose, if he ended up killing a person. But, you know, we'll get to that point eventually, I suppose. Ayato wandered the streets of Hitogata alone the next morning. Snow had fallen the night before, coating the fields in a mantle of pure white. The thatch-roofed houses looked like miniature white mountains themselves. All these sights and more had been engraved into Ayato since childhood. However, it had been many years since he'd last experienced them for himself. The same went for the morning chill. Ayato headed for the police station as he trampled over the needle ice beneath the snow. Good morning. He entered the building to find Officer Takayama warming his hands by the fire. Huh, well, hey, if it isn't the Hinagami boy. So you're home from the war, huh? Yes, I just got back yesterday. Good to have you here. Take a seat, why don't you? Takayama pulled out a chair. Thank you. Want a drink? Afraid all I've got is tea, though. That would be much appreciated. Thank you very much. Takayama gave Ayato a odd stare as though he was talking to an alien. Something the matter? Well, no, it's just, were you always so polite? Chalk it up to nearly 5 years spent in the military. Say, can't believe it's already been that long. Takayama poured hot water from his kettle into a teacup. Did anything unusual happen here during my absence? Ayato took the teacup as he asked that question. Nope. It's been nothing but textbook peaceful around these here parts. What about that incident then? Have there been any developments on that front? What incident? Oh, right, that one. Takayama crossed his arms and worked his brain. Inspector Inui kept sniffing around even after the rest of the investigators left, but it wasn't long before he was summoned back to HQ. Doubt we ever found anything. Do you have any records pertaining to the case? Well, sure, but you do know I can't be showing those to a civilian, right? I'm the person who found her body. Besides, I want to know why she was murdered. Look, I feel for you, but... Takayama kept glancing back and forth at the filing cabinet, conflict carved clearly into his visage. That must be where he's keeping the reports. Not that Ayato planned on stealing them naturally. Please, Mr. Takayama, I swear I won't cause you any trouble. Fine, but not a word to anyone, you hear? Takayama got up and approached the cabinet just as Ayato had predicted. You won the case too, correct? Yeah, but we didn't find any leads on the culprits. Oh, here they are. Takayama came back with a stack of papers in hand. These contain the witness statements, including yours, I think. Who were the other witnesses? Well, funny you ask. We thought there might have been more since the body was found in the path to the shrine, but no one, not even the Shigusas, claimed they saw anything. That only figures. No suspicious footprints were found either, since it snowed that morning. Though that said, the crime scene was already littered with footprints by the time we started investigating. Given where the body was, anyone who'd gone early to pray at the shrine would have had to have noticed her. We looked into that, but no one visited the shrine that morning. Nothing suggests any of the Shigusas went down the stairs that early either. I had to flip through the reports. The storehouse, huh? Amongst them were the autopsy results. The cause of death was listed as suffocation. Inspector Inui suggested she may have been strangled to death first, then chopped limb from limb afterward. Chopped limb from limb. Ayato thought back to the day he'd seen Satsuki's body hanging from the shrine archway. Now that Takayama mentioned it, her sleeves and hem had been completely loose. It just failed to register it at the time due to the shock of her loss. Why? Gonna have to ask the culprit that question. Doesn't line up with the curse, that's for sure. What do you mean? Think about it, have you ever heard about any other curse victims losing their limbs? You haven't, right? Not to mention the... Nah, forget it. Takayama awkwardly waved his hands. Anyway, he was probably gonna say something about there not being a, you know, a clay doll in her abdomen, right? Anyway, this was a bona fide homicide carried out by human hands, not the curse. But the curse must have a human culprit behind it too, right? Well, I mean, personally, I'm with you, but well... Takayama stared outside, looking awfully tired. The rest of the settlement wouldn't take too kindly to that idea. You should know that better than anyone else as a Hinagami, right? Man partakes not in the dominion of the curse of Lord Hina. That notion was common sense to everyone in the settlement. It had been instilled in their minds since they were little, more than babes clinging to their mother's legs. Still, what else but a human could do something like that? Haven't you been listening? Lord Hina, I'm an exception since I've lived away from here before, but the rest of the settlement doesn't even question the idea. You say that, yet the police still investigated that incident, right? Well, yeah, we did, but it didn't last long. What are you getting at? From what I heard, some honcho at a prefectural police HQ called off the investigation. Don't know the details since I'm at the bottom of the food chain, but they carted off all their data with them. It sounds like someone must have bullied them into it. Who, though? This is the middle of nowhere. No one here has that much power unless... Was my family behind that? Hinagami Pharmaceuticals. Had their expansion to Tokyo given them more influence, or... Dunno. I'm just a grunt who follows orders. Yeah, that's easy to see. Takayama feebly shook his head. So please, don't go asking your family about that, not a word. Ayato went home and did just that. Hidiomi would probably look into who had told him. From there, it'd be simple to conclude Takayama had blabbed, and Ayato couldn't even begin to imagine what would happen to the older man as a result. Ayato wasn't immature enough to press on when he knew the trouble he'd caused Takayama. He'd had it drilled into his bones that crafty adults solve problems by pretending they didn't exist. If I'm understanding all of this correctly, that means the investigation into Satsuki's murder wasn't called off, was it? No, it was. However, Inspector Inui kept digging, going on about how the case was different from the other curse incident at its core, though HQ still dragged him back in the end. Takayama took the reports. He probably figured leaving all this behind was the best he could do to spite them. But even if the truth does come to light, it will never go to trial. In other words, the murderer could never be judged for their crimes. I don't care. Is there like something like a statute of limitations is not a thing when it comes to murderers, but yeah, you know, I don't know why they said that. I don't care, I only wish to know what really happened all those years ago. Not that he knew what he'd even do once he uncovered the truth, that said. I had to flip through the reports. These reports here are information on the victim, Satsuki, right? Yeah, though there wasn't much we could dig up on her. However, we knew she lived at Shigusa Shrine and even investigated her room. Takayama pulled a photograph out from the reports. For whatever reason, the Shigusas had her stay in a storehouse. They called her a guest, but perhaps they actually adopted her from somewhere. I had to study the black and white photo. It was blurry and hard to make anything out, perhaps because the storehouse was poorly lit. They kept Sachan here of all places. The room appeared barren. She must have been freezing there in the winter. I had to remember that he'd been warned to stay away from the storehouse in the back whenever he played at the shrine, or else he'd get a beating. Was she already living in there by then? Did you ever see this place for yourself? Yeah, I'm the one who took the photo. I still remember some stuff about it, but not a whole ton. Did anything there catch your attention? If something did, I'm sure I wrote about it way back in the day. Look, here are my comments on the place. Takayama turned the page. Was used for storage, but utilized as a bedroom following Satsuki's arrival. Hold on, that doesn't add up. Satsuki had only arrived in Hitogata a few months prior to her murder. Despite that, Ayato had been told to stay away from the storehouse long beforehand. Plus, that wasn't all. It's difficult to make out in the photo, but the room certainly was clean, wasn't it? No personal effects anywhere. All he saw were the floor, walls, and a chest in the corner. Someone had thoroughly sanitized the place, or at least, that was how it looked to him. Shigusa said they cleaned it up. We didn't investigate the storeroom until months after the crime, so they'd probably cleared all traces of Satsuki from the room. Perhaps. Inspector Inui wasn't there either, since he'd been taken to task for acting on his own for so long without permission. And because the room was empty, the investigation ended almost as quickly as it begun. So that's what happened. His words made Ayato believe there could still be something there to find. Ayato opened the door to leave. Ah, it's you. A couple of years older. Officer Takayama, my grandma wanted to give you these orange... A woman in a kimono stood before him. Hold on, young mistress. Hito? Yufutami blinked over and over again. Welcome back. Thank you. Quite an awkward reunion, if Ayato did say so himself. Were you not surprised, huh? Oh, I am, believe me, it's just that Oina already told me you were back. You said the oranges she was carrying down on the desk. So what brings you here? I was looking into an old case. Sachan's murder. A murder, but... You showed Takayama a look. He wanted to look into it, and well, citizens have to do what soldiers ask of them. Well, what a nice excuse he has, huh? Please don't call me that. I don't consider myself a soldier. I'm just a brat who's digging up the past. Still, the incident occurred before the war, didn't it? What's left to investigate after all these years? I still have reports from the investigation that weren't returned to HQ. But honestly, I doubt these are gonna help make any new discoveries. Takayama stacked the reports together. And why is that? Because if there were any clues in here, Inspector Inui would have noticed them long ago. Though I guess he was sent away before he could investigate in earnest, in retrospect. Takayama sealed the reports in an envelope and returned them to the filing cabinet. You can't take these with you. That means you'll have to come here if you ever want to see them again. Understood. They really don't take the secrecy very seriously when it comes to documents in this game, that's for sure. The police as well in the present time, 1957. Yaginuma just shows all of his stuff to Reiji, even if he usually acts like he doesn't want to first. But yeah, anyway, sorry about that, because I've still got a job I want to keep. However, I'll still let you look at most of it, minus the parts that could land us in real deep shit, that is. Thank you very much. So, the important parts? I also didn't know how much help, if any, Takayama's seal of approval would be. Especially considering the fact that the Hinagamis and Shigusas had always held the reins of the settlement. That much was clear from how they tried to sweep the cursed killings under the rug. I'll be going to the shrine then. Oh, but don't worry, I won't tell a soul a word of what you said. Thanks. Though in all honesty, they'll probably figure out it was you even if I don't talk. Yeah. Everyone knows what everyone else is doing in this place, right? You followed Ayato as he left the station. Rito. Hmm? You really have grown, haven't you? It's hard to believe we used to be just about the same height. Well, I suppose it has been years since we last met. Still way around the same, if anything. I'm even lighter now. He'd also lost all the muscle he'd built up at the boot camp during his stint in the southern rainforests. The war really wasn't kind to you, was it? I wasn't in a position to consider any of that. Entertaining those thoughts would have only invited him to wish for his own death. What about you? Are you still training to take over the inn? Yes, we may not get many customers, but my grandma is still zealous about her work. You smiled wryly. I take it you don't know anything about Sachan's murder, do you? Not really. Just that the policemen who were staying at the inn left rather quickly. Honestly, they seemed quite happy about that, seeing how this town has nothing going for it. Ayato could certainly see how staying in the middle of nowhere would be a depressing lot, even if it were for work. Oh, but there was one exception. A detective named Inui stayed to the bitter end. He was ranting and raving about how he wouldn't leave until he'd caught the culprit. Yeah, so if we remember back, he was like already involved in the case that happened before the flashback scene, the initial one. So at this point, I guess the initial flashback was before the war, so... And at the end, and the 1930s. Although I guess Japan entered a little bit later into the war, so maybe a little bit later than that. So, 10 years before, and that was 10 years before that, the first murder. So, this guy is almost, at this point, is almost 20 years into his investigations, right? Still, he was dragged away in the end, right? Yes, so, but speaking of, he should be back in the near future. He put in a reservation at the inn. Oh, okay. Starting when? I'm afraid I don't remember. All I recall is that it's right around the corner. I see. Inspector Inui was that middle-aged man who investigated the murder. Then perhaps he'll have some new information for me. Sorry, I have to be going now. Alright, see you later. Wonder what makes him think that the inspector is gonna share any of that with him, but you parted ways with Ayato and headed for the Futami Inn. It looks like it's time for my next step on the list. Stop. Ayato made his way further into the settlement. You could see the stone staircase leading to the archway, and the shrine just past it. Ayato hadn't climbed those steps since the murder. He simply could never bring himself to do so. Today would be different, however. He had to inquire about Satsuki's death after all. That was the whole reason he'd come home. Thus, Ayato finally took that first step forward. Eventually, he made it all the way up the stairs. However, he stopped in his tracks just outside the path to the shrine, right in front of the shrine archway. This is it. This is where I found Sachan that day. There were no traces of the incident, naturally. Ayato offered up a prayer. In that moment, he believed uncovering Satsuki's identity and the reason why she had to die was the finest memorial he could offer her. Ayato found himself at Chikusa Shrine for the first time in ages. It was the same as it'd been all those years ago. Particularly in how it was silent as a tomb. Kensei was out sweeping in front of the shrine hall. It's a pleasure to see you after all this time, Kensei. Well, well. Yeah, he was always nice. But we're not so sure about, you know, the old Shigusa dude, Yoshimitsu. And Saya was always a little bit sus as well, so... Kensei stopped everything he was doing. Had no idea you'd returned, Ayato. It's hardly a surprise. Only been home a day. Well, all that matters is that you found your way home safe and sound. Do you plan on staying a while? Yes, I have no immediate plans for the future. Indeed, he still had no idea what he'd do once he'd finished investigating Satsuki's murder. I see. Feel free to take all the time you need to heal, please. That was the idea. However, I'd like to ask you something first. By all means. It's about Satsuki. About Satsuki. Kensei looked bewildered. Yes, I'm investigating why she was murdered. Her, huh? Kensei sighed. What, pray tell, do you hope to accomplish? It's all behind us now. It's a rather harsh thing to say to someone who is clearly very attached to her. Although we don't really know the extent of, you know, how much everyone around them was aware of that. I mean, his close friends, of course, knew. His sister and Naori and Guriko, of course. Not to me, it isn't. Her murder is still one complete mystery, isn't it? True, and perhaps we have a point, but the rest of Hitogata considers it ancient history. Kensei shook his head. Just who was Satsuki? She was a guest from the outside. Where exactly do you mean by outside? Going to look into it, so please tell me. Ayato pressed Kensei for an answer with a bluff. To be perfectly frank, I'm equally in the dark as you. Kensei finally breathed a heavy sigh. Apparently she was entrusted to us by an acquaintance of my father-in-law. Ayato remembered once hearing that Kensei had married into the Shigusas. I'll go and ask it. I doubt you'd get anything out of him. Kensei feebly shook his head. Could you bring yourself to ask something straight to your grandfather's face? You couldn't, could you? Perhaps I could nowadays. Ayato momentarily entertained that thought before quickly shooting it down. No, he's right. Besides, even if he mustered up the courage, he highly doubted the man would tell him anything. Not when the adults held all the power. Even if Ayato had been one generation older, he would have still been bending his knee to the village elders. That authority was likely what had cancelled the police's investigation. The ones who wielded the power were Yoshimitsu Shigusa and Hideyomi Hinagami. And they were likely trying to cover up some inconvenient truths. Ones that would be nigh impossible to expose. Also, it appears the family entrusted Satsuki to us has long since passed away. That declaration sounded like his way of telling Ayato that digging into the matter would ultimately prove fruitless. And I take it you won't tell me who they were, will you? Give me. Kensei. Saya suddenly emerged from the shrine office. Oh my, you're the Hinagami boy. Long time no see, ma'am. Ayato bowed to her. So you've returned from the war, have you? I'm delighted to see you back in one piece. Somehow it doesn't feel mean much coming from you, to be honest, but yeah. Thank you very much. Kensei, Mia is calling for you. She is. Maybe Yayoi's throwing another tantrum. Sorry, Ayato, but I have to go. I'll see you again later. Kensei entered the shrine office. Do you have any business here? No, none that I haven't already concluded. Ayato bowed again and left the shrine. Yeah, I mean, what's he even gonna do at this point? Just, I guess he could dig into the storehouse, you know, and see if he finds any evidence in there, but, yeah, no. Ayato lay atop his futon that night, his bandages unraveled. Ready to wash you now. Yuka scrubbed his back with a warm towel. Please, just be gentle. He was at the clinic earlier, and, They basically told him he can't wash himself because his wounds are, you know, too bad for that and have to be disinfected for a while first. I'll be careful, you have my word. Yuka wiped his festering skin on Ayato's back with the tightly wrung towel. Comforting warmth seeped through into him. That wasn't to say it didn't hurt, of course, but it was tolerable. Is it safe for me to wipe off the medicine too? Should be fine so as long as the towels are clean. Ayato fell into a comfortable trance as he answered the question. Very well, then I shall continue. Yuka warmed Ayato's back with multiple towels. Ayato let her do so as he reflected on the day's events. Fortunately, there was one question he'd failed to ask Kensei in the time. What can you tell me about the Oracle? According to Karen, the Oracle hadn't danced in the festival since the year of Satsuki's murder. That lent even more credence to the idea that she had been none other than Satsuki. However, Satsuki had been with Ayato during the Oracle's dance. Yeah, that's true. So that was what I also mentioned earlier. He must know that, so... With that being said, the Oracle performing the dance had been disguised with a mask. Does that mean Sachan really was the Oracle and she simply swapped places with someone before the dance? No, hold on, that doesn't add up. The Oracle's entire raison d'etre was to dance in the festival. You know, my French is a bit rusty, but I think that's how you pronounce it. Thus, it made no sense for someone else to do that part. However, it was just as inexplicable otherwise. The further Ayato pursued the theory of Satsuki being the Oracle, the more unrealistic it became. Unfortunately, that was all he had to go off for the time being. Sachan was the Oracle, while someone else performed the dance. If that were true, then just who in the world took her place back then? Though Ayato hadn't gotten a good look at the masked dancer, it appeared to have been around Satsuki's height. As such, they most likely weren't male. Yeah, that much is obvious, I think. You and Nanako were on the tall side for girls, while Yuka was too small to be mistaken for Satsuki. Alright, now that I think about it, Nanako didn't go to the festival that day. Could that be relevant in some way? Ayato decided to set that aside and consider other candidates for the dancer's identity. Saya fit the bill. She had performed the dance before in the Oracle's absence. Thus, she would have been a perfect body double. However, she had been playing the flute on stage during the Oracle's dance, so that immediately ruled her out. Couldn't have been Mia either. She wasn't the one who'd escorted the Oracle to the stage after all. That eliminated the two most likely suspects. It's a bit of a long shot, but what about Ryoko Shigusa, their mother? That woman was honestly something of an enigma to Ayato. Not only had he not seen her during the festival, but she rarely made public appearances to begin with. Ironic, considering she was Ayato's great aunt and a former Hinagami by blood. Please sit up, Master Ayato. I need to change your bandages. Huh? Oh, sure. Ayato did as asked and sat cross-legged on the futon. Now hold still, please. Yuka snaked her arms around Ayato's abdomen and started wrapping his bandages. Say, Miss Kirimura. Yes? Yuka answered without missing so much as a beat in her work. Starting to look more and more like a mummy, but, you know. I guess the war would leave its marks on you, I reckon. Is it true that the Oracle hasn't appeared since that murder? Now that stopped Yuka dead in her tracks. Yes, or so I've heard at any rate. No one ever sees the Oracle outside of the festival, so you wonder what sort of life she lives. You have a point. She's an envoy of Lord Hinado, so I've never even considered it. It was likely common sense to all the residents of Hitogata. Yuka! Oh, Mistress Karen. Or more in this case, because she's so furious about her touching her brother. I should rather pronounce it Karen. Stripping him atop his futon? Have you no shame? Hold on, Karen. She's only washing my back. I realize that, but still, it's indecent. Karen grabbed Yuka's arm and forced her to her feet. Didn't I tell you I'd take care of Ayato? My apologies, I merely assumed you were busy with dance practice, so... Oh, what, is she actually being trained for that? Enough. Just get over here. Karen dragged Yuka out of the room before the latter had finished wrapping Ayato's bandages. Cold air flooded into the room before the agape doorway, through the agape doorway. Ayato momentarily winced at the sudden chill. He leaned over, closed the door, finished wrapping his own bandages, and lay back down. He randomly stared at his hand. Everything there that once had been a pasty white had darkened from sunburn and jungle mud. Yeah, she deserves a good slap. But to her credit, she seemed like the only one who actually gave a shit about him returning home safe from the war. She and Guriko, maybe. What's more, his fingers were skin and bones from starvation and dehydration. How long will it take until I'm back in shape? Ayato's mind drifted to Satsuki's missing limbs. Her arms and legs had been amputated. Does that signify anything? It was different from the curse, which stood to reason, as the curse shouldn't have claimed the Oracle, Lord Hina's own envoy. Did the culprit need to take her limbs? But why? The police had been identifying individuals via fingerprints since the era of westernization. I guess that means the Meiji era, so 1867, I think. Yeah, something like that. Although it might have already started a little bit before that. So perhaps the murderer severed Satsuki's limbs to prevent her fingerprints from being taken. No, that doesn't add up. Anyone would have recognized the body as Satsuki's on sight, and her fingerprints would have been useless anyway, since her origins were a complete mystery. Besides, the killer could have simply cut off her fingers if all it wanted to get rid of were her fingerprints. That would have been far more efficient, even with Satsuki's slender arms. Just don't know. Ayato knew there had to be a reason. All his theories kept hitting one dead end after another. Well, well. I had to hold himself up in his room from the next day onward, under the pretext of recovering from his wounds. Documents he'd retrieved from the family storage room was stacked by his pillow. Nearly all of them concerned the Oracle. I had to started reading about the Oracle's origins. Most of those documents were records from the settlement of Hitogata, which was originally known as Hitogata Village. During the Sengoku period, the region was part of the Kaga domain, which was ruled by the Maeda clan. According to the records, a member of the Shigusa family, one of the Maeda's chief vassals, was exiled to this land in accompaniment with her attendant, a member of the Hinagami family. The two subsequently established a village. Miss Shigusa founded a shrine while Mr. Hinagami governed the village as its mayor. Their families consequently became the leaders of Hitogata village. Meanwhile, the Oracle suddenly appeared at some point in the 18th century. Records stated she'd literally descended from the heavens. However, said records were akin to folklore and myths. Put simply, they weren't the least bit credible. Well, ain't that a bitch. A woman they dubbed the Oracle had likely appeared, but it was doubtful the records would state her true origin, whether that was from the outside or inside the village. Perhaps they'd gone out of their way to hide her origins to further her mystique. There were also depictions of one other matter of interest, namely the doll god known as Lord Hina, whom only the Hinagamis were permitted to worship. He was said to be earth from within the village molded into clay that was enshrined in March, subsequently blessing the village with good fortune. The records also claimed Lord Hina would grant any wish, so long as he was worshipped correctly, that is. Only the Hinagamis were instructed how to do so. If one were to worship a false Lord Hina in any other way, the real Lord Hina would kill them, or so the legends went. That was the curse of Lord Hina. That was about all Ayato was able to learn by simply skimming through the documents. The oracle and Lord Hina had been mentioned separately, and based on the settlement's oh my god, can't read. Chronology, the oracle may have appeared in order to worship Lord Hina. But what Ayato wanted was more recent information on the oracle. It was with that thought in mind that he continued delving into the documents. Eventually, he discovered a plainly bound book that appeared to be a journal. What's more, the paper front cover looked relatively recent. The journal itself was full of simple sentences. 1897, Oracle reveals herself, offers dance. 1898 to 1902, offers dance. 1903, offers dance, Oracle returns to heaven. Oracle reveals herself, offers dance, 1921. 1922 to 1923, offers dance. Oh, so this is like a pattern, isn't it? That they always return to heaven, in air quotes, or more like were murdered or something. 1924, offers dance, Oracle returns to heaven. So this must have been like the first case where Inui investigated, right? Because they said like it happened 12 years later or earlier, before the flashback scene. They appear to be records of the Oracle's previous appearances. Both were over a decade apart. The journal suggested that the Oracle spent the next few years, following her arrival, dancing in the festival. Saya had probably done the dance in her stead during the years the Oracle was absent. The Oracle first appeared in 1897, then 1921, and finally the year the war began. Could they all be the same person? Ayato was certain she was human. He refused to believe an inhuman entity had truly descended to the mortal plane. Still, why were her appearances decades apart? All this thinking isn't helping me. I had to put the journal away. He'd never been good at deduction, so all he could do was memorize the facts. He grabbed another book. It appeared to be a copied list of donations. According to the records, the Hinagamis donated either money for a sacred branch, or a sacred branch itself every... Wait, did I read that right? Money for a sacred branch, or a sacred branch itself every year, just before that festival. Okay. It was only natural for the Hinagamis to do so, seeing as how they were Shigusa Shrine's parishioner representative. Unfortunately, there didn't appear to be any clues about the Oracle in there. There was one other event that wasn't mentioned anywhere in the documents Ayato had retrieved, though. The curse of Lord Hina. Ayato had thought back to the days before Satsuki's death. The villagers had chalked the death of Sachiko Kawase that year up to the curse. Ayato had no idea how she'd been killed. But the simple fact that they'd called it that meant there'd probably been prior instances of it. And that book Ayato just read had mentioned it too. Going by that logic, that meant Sachiko Kawase must have been cursed for making a fake Lord Hina. However, the documents had mentioned no previous occurrences of the curse. His ancestors had likely not wanted to leave a record of something so grim. As such, Ayato had no way of knowing whether it was true or not. Ayato sighed and got up. The new skin forming on his back felt stiff. Staring at these books all day won't solve anything. I'll just have to head to the shrine and ask them my questions. Perhaps I'll even find a stash of documents on their own over there. Okay, so we are here again. And they're probably gonna be just as tight-lipped as before. I had to arrive at Shigusa Shrine after clearing the steep staircase. The grounds were quiet and deserted. Kensei is probably my best hope for answers. I'm guessing he's over by the shrine hall at this hour. Ayato made off for his destination with that saw in mind. But before he could take more than a few steps... Oh wow, it's the old man himself. What have we here? Yoshimitsu emerged from the shrine hall. It's a pleasure to see you again after so long. The Hinagami boy, eh? So you survived the war, did you? Yes, sir. The pair exchanged textbook pleasantries. Ayato had always felt awkward around Yoshimitsu. As a boy, he'd considered him a terrifying old man, and remnants of that impression lingered still. Though he'd felt the same about his own grandfather, honestly. On me, but is Kensei present? He's out for the time being. Did you need something? Yes, I was hoping to ask some questions about the Oracle. Though hesitant, Ayato ultimately decided to ask Yoshimitsu. He may be Hinagami, but that is precisely why I cannot disclose such information, regardless of circumstances. Why, if I might ask? Ayato stood his ground. Because that knowledge is for the ears of the present Hinagami head only. If you still crave those answers, then bring it up with Hideyomi. Yoshimitsu turned to leave. Though frankly, I sincerely doubt that craven fool would part with such information. Yeah, those two hate each other apparently. Yoshimitsu and Hideyomi. That makes two of us. Ayato would have never come all this way if he'd believed he could get his grandfather to talk. For a moment his mind turned to his father, Shizuru, but the man was still stuck in Tokyo, buried under a mountain of work. Huh? Ayato? Oh, it's the Karen again. Ayato turned around upon hearing his sister's voice. Karen and Saya had emerged from the shrine office together. Why are you all the way out here? Was just taking a walk, and you? Me, I was getting dance lessons from Saya. Won't be long before I am too old to perform the ceremonial dance, you see. Saya smiled. You mean you're going to be dancing in the festival? Not for a while, I won't. I don't even hold a candle to Saya at the moment. That is nothing to be ashamed of, considering I've been doing this for decades myself. Decades? Come to think of it, when did you start dancing in the festival? Not too long after you two were born, I believe. I performed the dance during all the years we were deprived of the Oracle's presence. So, I doubt it was, she started doing it in 1897, right? Does that include all the ones after that incident? Yes, indeed. Saya's visage stiffened ever so slightly. It seemed touching on Satsuki's murder had become taboo, just as Ayato suspected. We were about to go practice in the shrine hall. Would you like to come watch? Thanks, but I'll pass. I wouldn't want to get in the way. I see. Karen visibly deflated. In that case, let us be on our way. Saya and Karen filed into the shrine hall. And so it was that Ayato found himself alone once more. I doubt that I'll ever have a better opportunity than this. Ayato circled around the shrine office via the path used by the Shigusas with that sword in mind, taking great care not to leave any conspicuous footprints. Ayato stood behind the shrine office. Before him was the aged storehouse. The area was smothered in snow, making it impossible to sneak in without leaving footprints. Regardless, Ayato reluctantly bit the bullet and ventured forth. Satsuki had supposedly lived in this storehouse. The reports Inui left had also said as much. Thus, Ayato was hoping to find something that the photograph hadn't picked up. Though naturally, he was aware that the chance of turning up any new leads after all these years was next to none. Still, he wanted to find traces of Satsuki. Fittings for a giant padlock were attached to the door. However, there was no lock. It's open. Are the Shigusas in the habit of not locking it at all? Or did they not lock it because there is nothing in there? Whatever the case, there's only one way to find out. I had to sneak in the storehouse once he was sure the coast was clear. Night was still a ways off, yet it was dark as a cave on the inside. I had to flip on the lights and took a good look around. The floor was absolutely filthy. It was caked in dust, thick enough to match the heaps of snow outside. There weren't even any footprints to be found, a testament to how long it likely had been since anyone had last visited. The only sign of movement was the dust fluttering above the dirt floor at the entrance. At first, it appeared nothing was there, but then Ayato noticed a giant chest in the corner. There was also a full-length mirror. But that was it. The place was supposed to be a shed, yet there was nothing else inside. Not even any vestiges that Satsuki had once lived there remained. Perhaps they'd been completely disposed of. I had to crouch down and study the dust-lacquered floor. He held his breath so as not to breathe in the dust. There appeared to be a square den next to the wall. I had to wipe off some dust by the entryway, revealing discolored floorboards. If you had to guess, something had once sat there long enough to dent them. I had to steel himself, then stepped onto the floor. Dust scattered about with each step he took. I had to fall back the coughing fit that threatened to burst out as he made his way over to the opposite wall. Once there, he crouched again and wiped the dust off the floor. The floor was colored differently at the edges of the dent. While both areas were discolored, the dented floor was a fair bit darker. Looks like something really did used to be here. I had to rise to his feet and check the size of the dent. Whatever it was must have been heavy, perhaps a cabinet or the like. Closer inspection revealed that there were many similar dents by the walls. Considering the fact that there weren't any other around the center of the room, I had to deduce that it'd been likely left by furniture, just as he suspected. It seemed Satsuki really had lived here. I don't get it though. Why would anyone go to all the trouble of clearing out the whole room? Could have understood if they'd been using this place as a storeroom after it'd been cleared out. However, it made no sense to claim Satsuki had lived here even after cleaning it up. Had the police seen through their lies, or had their investigation shed light on the fact? Not even the reports had a clear answer to that question. But that aside, there was one more thing in the room that had been bothering Ayato the whole time. The chest. Its clasp had started to break apart and was fastened with string, likely due to age. Though Ayato didn't expect to find much, if anything, inside, that did raise the question of why the Shigusas hadn't gotten rid of it. Soon enough, he had his answer. It was a fixture attached to the floor and wall, which meant the chest had likely been built as part of the room to begin with, rather than brought in later. I had to shook it just to be safe, but it didn't so much as budge. However, the clasp broke and fell to the floor. I had to grab the lid before picking that up. The chest creaked as he opened it, probably because the hinges were attached to the wall. He looked inside to find it empty, just as he'd suspected. The bottom was littered with fibers, meaning it'd probably been used to store futons or clothes. Light shone in. I had to stuck his head into the chest to find what looked like a small knothole in the wood. It's almost like a peephole. I had to throw the lid open completely and stepped inside. The floorboards creaked beneath him. It was positively freezing inside the chest. Unfortunately, it was too small in there for a grown man such as Ayato to look out through the hole. However, someone smaller could probably fit inside the chest. Huh? What's this? So suddenly Ayato noticed something around the hole. There were a myriad of tiny scratches that he never would have spotted if he hadn't been looking close enough. Yeah, to. No, that's not a K. No, that's a K, not a T. Ayako. What is that? Somebody's name? Was so similar to his own that it weighed particularly heavy on his mind. Did Satsuki carve this? Or Ayato got up and stepped out of the chest? Someone named Ayako once lived there? And had that someone been Satsuki herself? Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that someone else had lived there before her, leading to an endless rabbit hole of possibilities. Whatever the case, Ayato didn't know an Ayako at the very least. He shut the lid and put the clasp back in place. Scanning his surroundings, he saw the footprints he'd left in his wake. There'd been no lying his way out of this if he got caught. Perhaps I should just clean the whole place now that I've come this far. Nah, forget it, that would take way too long. I had to sweep as much as it took to keep his footprints from standing out as he approached the full-length mirror. It was blurry beyond belief, seeing as how it clearly hadn't been cleaned in years. As such, it could no longer even serve as its intended purpose. I had to open the drawers at its base, but found nothing within. Though he wouldn't go so far as to call it a lead, the full-length mirror was potential proof that a woman truly had lived here. That and the word Ayako carved inside the chest. Perhaps I'll need to do some more research. I had to sweep his footprints away one more time as he made his way back to the entrance. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the clouds of dust dancing through the air. Ayato feared he'd got lung problems if he stuck around too long. So he quickly went outside, shut the door, and left, clearing his trail so his footprints wouldn't stand out. Well, he did find something. After all, I guess. I had to descend into the stone stairs. So from the past, from the flashback, we already suspected as much that two people were in that storehouse. Because Satsuki would always have conversations with someone else in there. Not to mention that, of course, there was the murder scene at the end, where, well, what I previously called one Satsuki killed the other, which I suppose was Ayako, right? I had to descend the stone stairs. Oh, Rito. Guriko? Did he come from the shrine? Oh yeah, I was just taking a walk. I had to quickly pull the lie out of his ass. What about you? What are you up to? I went to see Oina, but Yuka said she's at dance practice, so I figured I'd head home. Alright, she's doing that over at the shrine now. That right. Saya training her. Sure seems like it. Then maybe Ohina really is gonna be the Oracle. Hold on, what? What do you mean by that? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to confuse you. I just meant she'd be the one dancing in the festival, that's all. Oh, okay. Saya's comments had certainly hinted as much. Oh, while you're here, I was wondering, does the name Ayako ring any bells? Ayako? Dunno, but I sure do know an Ayato. Yeah, you don't say. You don't say, yeah, exactly. Anyway, why not ask the police station? I'm sure Mr. Takayama could help. Yeah, good point. That's probably the quickest route. Ayato headed toward Maihina. Wait, I'm coming too. Bored, I take it. So what? Got a problem with that? Meguri pouted and walked with Ayato. So tell me, what's the deal with this Ayako? Honestly, I don't have a clue. Hell, he didn't know for sure if that actually was someone's name. Or why it'd been carved into the chest even. The state of the scratches hadn't indicated how old they were. Much less who carved them, naturally. Good afternoon. Meguri entered the station and made a beeline for the heater. Oh, it's just you kids. Takayama looked up from the heater he'd been hogging. Oh hey, you're making rice cakes? No touching, okay? That's my lunch. Pardon me, Mr. Takayama, but would you happen to know anyone by the name of Ayako? Ayako? No, I can't say I do. Takayama's countenance warped in confusion as he procured some documents from the filing cabinet. Though that isn't much coming from me, since I don't even remember all of the residents' names. And what about the resident registers? Do you keep them anything like that? Do you keep anything like that here? Ayato watched Meguri piling the inflated rice cakes onto a plate out of the corner of his eyes. She's eating them after all, eh? I ask when I visit people at their homes, but they tend to neglect to mention anyone in their family by name. Takayama flipped through the documents despite his complaints. Don't you think you'd be better off nosing around at the town hall for this kind of information? Yeah, but old man Saizo's real scary. Meguri poured soy sauce over the rice cakes. I doubt you'll have much luck here, though. These records only list the family patriarchs' names. Speaking of which, they're gonna be revising the civil code next year, right? Oh, I have these, Ito. Meguri handed Ayato a rice cake. I don't really keep track of that kind of stuff. Hey, that's my lunch! I like how she just doesn't give a shit and starts eating them anyways. Takayama snatched the plate away from Ayato. Can't relax for a second around you kids, I swear. Looks like we'd have a better luck with old man Saizo after all, huh? Sure it does. They'd probably be allowed to peruse family registries at the town hall's branch office. Thanks for the rice cakes. Don't you dare come back again. The pair left as Takayama cursed them. Off to old man Saizo next? Yeah. The branch office was practically next door, so they got there in less than a minute. Well, looky here, if it ain't the Hinagami boy, here to lap up your military pension or something. They only hand those out to soldiers who serve over a decade. I had to deflect at Saizo's teasing as he plopped down onto a nearby chair. Would you mind if I had a look at the settlement's family registers? Well, sure, that's no problem, but why? I'm looking for someone named Ayako. Ayato decided to be upfront about his search. Ayako? Not ringing any bells. Saizo cocked his head. Well, to be fair, if there was a person being kept in that chest with the name Ayako, then there's a fat chance, I guess, that her name would appear in a family register anyway, right? There was an old bag named Ayame who'd lived around these here parts, but there ain't any Ayako as far as I'm concerned. Oh, which is exactly why I'm looking into it. Perhaps I'll find some people registered who didn't actually live here or something. Ayato was aware that was quite a leap in logic. Still, he clung to his working theory. The idea that Satsuki's real name had been Ayako refused to leave his mind. Not even the police had managed to turn up anything regarding her origins, which opened the door to the possibility that her name was different from the one on the family register. Thus, Ayato was banking on the chance that he'd find the name Ayako in the Shigusa family register. Could I take a look at the Shigusa family register? Shigusas, huh? Nothing personal, kid, but throw in a towel. You're on a fool's errand. Why is that? You're underestimating your family, boy. Saizo pulled a fat stack of documents out of a cabinet. If the Hinagamis and Shigusa say it doesn't exist, then it doesn't. They'd never leave what you're looking for in a copy any Tom, Dick, or Harry could find. You mean to tell me they've been doctoring their family registers? I wouldn't know. Saizo shook his head. Maybe he blabbed a little bit too much there. Ayato looked over the copy of the Shigusa family register that the older man had produced. Their patriarch was Yoshimitsu. His wife, Ryoko, was Mariko Hinagami's younger sister. Her eldest daughter was Miya, who was married to Kensei. Two of them had a toddler named Yayoi. Meanwhile, Saya, Yoshimitsu and Ryoko's younger daughter, was unmarried. Huh? Something's missing. What Ayato saw didn't line up with the facts as he knew them. Hold on, didn't Miya have an older brother? Ayato recalled hearing he'd left for Tokyo a very long time ago. He's treated as a persona non grata now. Saizo shook his head. He's the, I think he's the one who, started the Congregation of the Blessed, you know, the predecessor to Senri, which itself is the predecessor to the Blessed Congregation. Apparently it was erased from the register after causing some ruckus or another in Tokyo. When I say erased, I mean without a single trace. Normally family registers contain a record of individuals being disowned by their families, but even that had been wiped clean from this one, if what Saizo said was true. See what I'm getting at now? Yes, I know, I'll just be wasting my time looking through public records at least. He'd probably never find Ayako's name, no matter how hard he searched. Nor Satsuki's. Hey kid, make sure you forget everything I just told you, you hear me? Same for you, missy. Okay. Megari broke her silence and nodded. Ayato knew there was no way he could afford to let the bean slip to people like Hideyomi or Yoshimitsu. Not when men like his grandfather wielded enough authority to make his spine tingle. Still, isn't there only so much they can do with authority of a measly dying settlement out in the mountains? Maybe it was just his years on the battlefield talking, but that was how Ayato felt in any case. I mean, I reckon he would be right with that, but since, you know, this incident is taking place in the settlement, Ayato and Meguri emerged to see the sun sinking beneath the western mountains. Hey, Rito. Meguri nervously spoke up. So tell me, is this Ayako Sachan? I'm not sure. Ayato shook his head. All he had to go off was the word Ayako carved into the chest. He wasn't sure whether it was a real person's name or even the name to begin with, especially considering it hadn't been in the family register. At present, he had no means to prove she actually existed. But there was one thing he could say with absolute confidence, if nothing else. A girl named Satsuki had once lived here. I want to catch Satsuki's killer. You've changed, Rito. It's like you've got a fire in your belly now. And you don't talk anything like the kid you used to be. Well, that just happens when you spend years in an environment where you get punched and called a sissy if you show weakness. So cruel. That's war. Many died cruelly on the battlefield. Perhaps the only shield against such cruelty was cruelty of your own making. Though honestly, that wasn't a topic Ayato himself liked to ponder. Anyway, I've got to get going now. Say hi to Ohina for me. Sure thing. Stay vigilant. You watch yourself too. Later. Meguri left. Ayato himself made his way home after seeing her off. Ayato retired to his room after finishing his dinner. Ultimately, he'd failed to muster the courage to ask his grandfather about Satsuki and Ayako. Though part of that was because of what Saizo had said, it was mostly that he didn't expect Hideyomi would humor him with an answer. However, there was also another risk to consider. While his grandfather likely wouldn't tell him anything about Ayako, even if he knew, He'd also realized his grandson was going around asking others about her, consequently leading to them being silenced. Ayato would be powerless if it came to that. At first, he'd thought asking those likely in the know would be quickest, but perhaps he'd need to reevaluate his strategy. That said, even he felt like he was straying off course. Exactly what is it I want to look into? Who or what is this Ayako? Satsuki's origin? The Oracle's true identity? Satsuki's murderer? His ultimate goal was to uncover Satsuki's killer, that much was certain. However, part of him also wanted to uncover her origins so he could let her finally rest in peace. And for all he knew, perhaps he'd uncover the identities of the Oracle and Ayako in the process. Still, it would be probably best to focus on a single line of questioning for now. Investigating Satsuki's origins could uncover the reason she'd been killed, potentially smoking out the killer too. Though even Ayato himself thought he was being too optimistic, that was the best plan he could come up with. Unfortunately, that also meant the documents he'd collected from the family storeroom probably wouldn't be of any help. All he could do was make inferences about Satsuki's identity and speculate from there. And so, he decided to contemplate her birth first. According to Kensei, a family acquainted with Yoshimitsu entrusted her to them. However, that sounded like a baloney from the way he talked. It was most likely a lie concocted to obscure her origins. When he pondered why they needed such a lie, a possibility came to mind. What if Sachan was secretly born in this village? If that were true, then perhaps the Shigusas had sheltered her and concealed her birth for some reason. However, Ayato was aware there were some holes in this theory. For example, the reason why they would have needed to hide her for over a decade following her birth. Or why exactly she had revealed herself to the world that winter. One thing to consider was that Ayato and Satsuki had been around the same age. So perhaps something had happened around the time they were born. What if Sachan's family was murdered shortly after her birth, leaving her the sole survivor? It was still all wild speculation on Ayato's part, of course. It didn't seem all that worth looking into either. However, there were still some people from back then that seemed as a good place to start questioning as any. They used to keep old newspapers in the branch office. Naori had told him as much some years ago. However, that was before the war, so Ayato had no idea if they were still around. That was a question for tomorrow, though. For tonight, he'd simply sleep on the matter. Okay. Ayato visited the branch office the very next morning. Old newspapers. Well, sure, we keep articles concerning the village, but I doubt you're gonna find what you're looking for. Actually, this is about something completely different from yesterday. Ayato's told Saizo a white lie. Placating the older man was essential to gaining his cooperation. Alright. Well, anyway, you should find the stuff from before the war on those shelves over there. They ain't been organized for ages and have been used for kindling, though. I see. Ayato headed for the shelves in question, telling himself not to get his hopes up. There he found stacks of newspapers yellow with age. The newest one on the top was from July 1936. Its headline concerned an incident that had happened in Tokyo. This won't be any help. I need ones that are far older. You have newspapers from the early to mid-20s? You ain't gonna find stuff that old over there. I think we've got clippings of those lying around somewhere, though. Saizo rose to his feet. Gotta say, though, I'm surprised you're looking that far back. And here I thought you were trying to find articles about your mom's death. Huh? Saizo covered his mouth. I was told she committed suicide when I was young, but are you telling me that story made it to the paper? She was a Hinagami, so of course it would be in the paper, assuming they'd failed to hide it from the press, that is. I had to flip through the old papers on the shelf. From what he'd heard, his mother had died in the winter of 1929, March to be exact. Oh, what if his mother was like a victim of the curse as well, or possibly, anyways. Eventually, he found the article he was looking for in the lower left corner of the front page of the March 6, 1929 morning edition paper. Okay. There lay the headline, Hitogata housewife commits suicide, along with the name Rika Hinagami. Mom. Ayato didn't remember his mother's face, though that was only to be expected since she died when he was very little. As such, seeing the article didn't make him all that sad or anything. Hold on, it says second day of tragedy in a row here. Does that mean something else happened the day before? Beats me, so much was going on back then I forgot. I could tell in his bones that Saizo was lying. So we flipped through the newspapers and checked the front page of the March 5th issue. No incidents were mentioned anywhere. However, there was a Hitogata resident's name in the obituary column. Keiko Saizen passed away in the early hours of March 4th. That was all it said. Her cause of death was nowhere to be found. You know how this Keiko Saizen died? Beats me. Saizen repeated himself like a broken record. That was as good as saying he probably did know something. The fact that Keiko Saizen had died in the early hours of March 4th pointed to a certain possibility too. She was killed by the curse after the festival, wasn't she? Much like Sachiko Kawase. Maybe. Saizo heaved a weary sigh. That's what everyone said when they found her body. The police were summoned from HQ. But it wasn't long before the investigation was called off. Perhaps the Hinagami Soshigusa's badgered them? Sorry kid, that ain't in my wheelhouse. Saizo shook his head. I couldn't tell if the older man was being truthful. Possibly, right? But either way, it seemed those were all the answers he had to offer. Which meant it was time to find someone else willing to talk. I mean, fortunately for us, I guess he already offered up some answers that, you know, involuntarily, of course, but he did give us answers. Here you go. These are the clippings from the early to mid-20s. Saizo handed over a scrapbook. I had to skim through the clippings within. There were very few, probably because they were only stories about the settlement of Hitogata, or Hitogata Village as it was known back then. Those articles concerned Hinagami Pharmaceuticals' achievements, the festivals at Shigusa Shrine, and even the implementation of phones and electricity. But nothing that appeared to relate to Satsuki. Naturally, there was also no mention of the curse. Ayato couldn't tell whether they'd never been reported or if those articles were deliberately excluded from the clippings. But whatever the case, this trail had clearly gone cold. Thank you very much. Ayato returned to the scrapbook with a hint of disappointment in his voice. Though he hadn't learned anything about Satsuki, he'd still uncover new information. That being a past instance of the curse. This was the first time he'd ever turned up a case besides Sachiko Kawase's. What's more, his mother had also committed suicide the very next day. What in the world happened that day? It had nothing to do with Satsuki. However, that didn't mean Ayato could afford to ignore it either. Well. We don't know how relevant this Keiko Saizen is either, really. So it's can only speculate. But you know, I guess they're all in a way relevant because all of them died of the curse, which is still something rather mysterious. Although, for his purpose in particular, clearing up Satsuki's murder, it's probably not that relevant, but you know, all angles and all that, right? Ayato left the branch office. The various facts he'd learned were snarled up in his mind like a distorted spider web. He knew he had to untangle them one by one. However, new threads kept branching out in rapid succession. It wasn't so neat that he could untie them all simply by fixing a single fray. Still, he had to keep a firm grip on all the leads he'd found. In any case, the best place to follow up on this newest piece of information would be... I had to enter the police station next door, with that sword guiding him. Huh? He immediately noticed something was off. Takayama wasn't curled up by the heater like always. Instead, he was standing at attention by the wall. Something the matter? No, no, I'm the same as ever. I guess Inui's probably in here now, or about to arrive. I had to sigh, clearly not convinced. Oh, that's right, I did hear Inspector Inui had reserved the room at the Futami Inn. I'm guessing he got in today. That has no bearing on my professional behavior. You should stop if all that effort makes you look like a fool instead. Middle-aged Inspector Inui emerged from the rear of the station. Good afternoon. I understand it's been quite some time. You're that kid who found the body, huh? Inui, perhaps as a byproduct of his profession, recognized Ayato with a glance, despite all the years that had passed. Your memory serves you well. I must admit, I'm surprised. Boatloads of investigations drag on for ages, so I make it a habit to memorize all faces related to a case. Inui settled into a chair. Takayama immediately pushed said chair toward the table. You're not my bottler, just do your own job. Served, as if that is your wish, then I shall go on patrol, sir. Takayama saluted and raced out the door. Is it not his job to attend to your business? Actually, I'd rather ask you some questions instead. Ayato knew Takayama would probably be of no help here. Speak? Oh, but do have a seat first. Thank you. Don't mind if I do. Ayato sat down in the chair Inui gestured to, back straight as an arrow. I take it you're here to investigate what happened shortly before the war. I'm on vacation, that's all. I just happened to stop by here. Right. Inui shook his head. HQ is already concluding all the investigations. The occupying forces are pressing police organizations to reorganize, so it will be all but impossible to reopen the cases afterward. So that's probably also why they said earlier that trying someone for their crimes will be difficult, right? But yeah, whatever. Hence why you're conducting your own little private investigation then. There's only so much one can do on their own, especially if they're not a cop or detective. Inui stared deep into Ayato's eyes. Are you insinuating something? I'm saying people who don't know what they are doing should mind their own business. It's alright for me, huh? Inui somehow knew Ayato had been digging into Satsuki's homicide. His young grandfather on Yoshimitsu's side. They would if the man trusted to do their jobs hadn't called it quits without even figuring out who Satsuki was, much less who killed her. Ayato's words were laced with venom. Calling off your investigation simply because one little pharmaceutical company was being a bully? Can you think of anything more pathetic than that? Preaching to the choir. Inui nodded. When the big shots tell us to scram, we have to say how quick. That's exactly why I took this vacation. So you really are here to investigate, I knew it. Not like my bosses will get off their asses without proof. Inui sipped some tea. Do you have any leads? That's for me to find out and you to keep your nose out of. He probably found Ayato suspicious since he was the first one to find Satsuki's body. What if I ask you about something else then? Like what? Like about the murder of the Keiko Zaizen that happened nearly 20 years ago. I'm not on that case. Inui shook his head. May have been about 2 decades ago, but she was the previous victim of the curse before Sachiko Kawase, wasn't she? So I find it hard to believe you wouldn't know about that incident. I don't know all the facts of the case, yes, Keiko Zaizen, the manager of a bar, was murdered. Your own mother committed suicide the very next day. So I've heard. You want to ask about your mother? No, I'd rather hear about the murder instead. The same. Inui closed his eyes. They never did manage to give that case the investigation it deserved either. Apparently someone strong-armed HQ to shut things down. That's how easy it is, huh? Let me guess, my family, right? Afraid I've got no clue. However, Shizuru Hinagami supposedly frequented the victim's bar. Oh, okay. What? Why would my father be connected to this? Tell me, do you believe in the curse? I believe all the murders were committed by human hands. That was all Ayato managed to muster. And you and I are of the same mind. The curse is nothing but a tool to blind the masses. And that's probably exactly how the culprit wants it. You believe my father was the killer? That's the only conclusion I can come to at present. You see, Keiko Zaizen was poor and therefore constantly pestered him for money. Okay. That's all you're going off of? According to my investigation, Shizuru Hinagami has had affairs with a plethora of women. Forgive me, perhaps this isn't something I should be telling his son. It's alright, I don't care. What his father did was none of Ayato's concern. I believe that Keiko Zaizen's murder was instigated by her affair with your father. Okay. Do you have any proof? None that ever turned up, unfortunately. Sayashigusa was the first to find both Keiko Zaizen and Rika Hinagami's bodies, you see. She was? What does that have to do with there being no evidence, though? Hold on, are you implying that Saya disposed of the evidence? Not her, no, but when you consider the settlement's peculiarities, it's plausible to assume that the Shigusas cover up the Hinagami's blunders. Possible, yeah. Inui drank his tea again. After all, Keiko Zaizen's body was dressed up to look like the work of the curse, much like Sachiko Kawase. Dressed up? How so? I'm afraid I can't tell you. It's key to the case, after all. I say. And is that why you believe the Shigusas are behind these so-called cover-ups? It's no surprise, really. After all, Keiko Zaizen, the previous victim of the curse, was someone whose death both families benefited from. And why did my mother kill herself? Though it hadn't been a part of his original plan, Ayato ended up asking about his mother after all. I believe it happened because she discovered your father's infidelity. Falling into despair after learning your husband cheated on you, and even murdered his mistress, is more than enough motive to commit suicide if you ask me. You say that, yet you have no proof, right? The locals clam up when it comes to the curse. Since they wouldn't talk, I came up with this theory on my own. It's a pity we can't build a case around it. Inui got up and picked the kettle off the heater. Would you like some tea? I'll pass, thank you. Inui nodded and refilled his own teacup. Have you learned anything concerning Satsuki's murder? The oracle hasn't appeared in the festival since. Curious, considering she's supposed to dance in it for the next few years following her appearance, or so I've heard, anyway. Are you implying she was the Oracle? Do you see any other possibilities? As I believe I told you all those years ago, Satsuki and I watched the Oracles dance together. All you saw was someone wearing the Oracle's mask, yes? It doesn't prove Satsuki Shigusa wasn't the Oracle. Ayato couldn't argue with that. If I had to guess, she was killed as a result of some internal power struggle within the Shigusas. At least when considering their claims of ignorance anyway. So in other words, you still have no proof. That's what I'm here to find. Is there even any left after all this time? It had been nearly 5 years since Satsuki's murder, and over 15 since Keiko Saizen's. There wasn't any hope of finding solid evidence on either front. And yet, Ayato wasn't planning to throw in the towel anytime soon. Huh, interesting. So we did learn quite a bit there, huh? But yeah, doesn't look like the police officer knew anything about, you know, this whole theory that there might have been 2 people in the storehouse. And the police must have definitely checked the room thoroughly, right? Or so you'd think, anyways. I had to return to his room following dinner. His father wasn't around. While he didn't expect the man would have divulged the truth about his mother's suicide, even if he was, he'd figured he could have at least probed him. Is there anything I can do to find out the kind of man he is? Ayato wasn't very familiar with this sort of thing, so we had no idea how he'd go about proving his father's infidelity. What's more, all this had gone down over 15 years ago. Thus, Ayato didn't believe there'd be any proof remaining, and not just because of what he'd told Inui. Trying to acquire testimony probably wouldn't be much help either. Not many people would openly confess to infidelity, much less homicide after all. Is there anyone else I can ask? Someone who wouldn't rat me out? Uncle Yuzuru, perhaps? Seems as good a place to start as any. Perhaps I'll pay him a visit tomorrow. For the time being, though, I can at least snoop around Father's room. I had to open his closet and search for a flashlight. Eventually found one in a box containing paints and drawing paper. However, it didn't turn on when he flipped the switch. It seemed the batteries were dead. I had to unscrew the bottom of the handle, causing white powder to spill out. The batteries must have corroded. It was with that thought that Ayato took them out and rubbed their ends, knocking rust off them. Master Ayato? Suddenly Ayato heard Yuka's voice in the hallway. Yes? He placed the flashlight on his desk. Pardon me, but I've brought you your medicine. Oh, thank you. Won't Karen give you the hell if she finds out, though? He had some vague recollection of her throwing the tantrum the last time that had happened. Mistress Karen is at dance practice tonight, so... Sounds like she has it pretty rough. I had to set up and took off his shirt. Allow me, then. Yuka unraveled his bandages. Her skin appears to be healing rather nicely. It stopped itching too, so I think it'll probably be as good as new soon enough. That it will. Now lie down, please. Ayato did as he was asked. Yuka wrung a towel in the basin full of hot water before washing his back. There's a lot less pus now, too. I doubt it'll be long before he can start taking baths again. I sure hope so. Long soak in the Futami Inn's open-air bath sounded like music to his ears. By the way, do we have any new batteries in the house, Miss Kirimura? Why, yes, we do. Oh, you needed them for your flashlight, do you? Yuka glanced at the desk. I think this one is broken beyond repair. I'll fetch the one we have in the kitchen. Yuka got up and left the room with a dismantled flashlight in hand. It wasn't long before she returned with a new one altogether. Here you go. Thank you. While I'm at it, can I ask you to help me with one more thing? Oh, what would that be? I'd like to investigate. Oh, wow, he's just gonna go all out with that, huh? I'd like to investigate my father's room. I want to find proof he was cheating on my mother. Out of the question. It's forbidden to enter the master's room without permission. Can you bend the rules just this once? Absolutely not. Yuka stubbornly spurned Ayato. Please quit while you're ahead, I beg of you. Yuka grabbed Ayato's arm. Alright. Could feel her hands trembling. However, he also understood why she felt the need to prioritize her master's honor over her son's request. I'll apply the medicine now. Yuka's hands glided across his back. Could just snoop around my father's room without Mrs. Kirimura's help. Would there even be anything to find, though? Was trying to investigate a matter that occurred nearly 20 years ago. If anything, it'd be far stranger to find proof of his father's infidelity still in his room after all this time. I mean, I certainly still have not proof of infidelity, but items from 20 years ago in my room, I'm pretty sure. If Shizuru had killed his mistress, indirectly causing his wife's suicide, he probably would have destroyed any and all evidence when no one was watching. That settles it. I'll stick to my plan of visiting Uncle Yuzuru. Though it married into the Kuroya family, Yuzuru had originally been a Hinagami. Ayato didn't know if he'd talk, but he'd just have to risk it. Please get up. I need to change your bandages. Ayato did as he was asked, once again. Yuka attached ointment-lathered strips of paper to his back and wrapped them up in bandages. All done. Thank you. Ayato donned his shirt. Good. Now please go to bed. You don't want to be moving around after all that. Yuka rose to her feet. I know. Good night. Good night, Master Ayato. Yuka left the room. Yeah. Ayato lay face down in his futon. His goal wasn't to investigate whether his family really was an whether his father really was an adulterer or not. He was merely doing so in order to find out if the man had a motive to kill Keiko Saizen. But if his father wasn't the murderer, then who was? The first possibility that came to mind was Sayashi Gusa, the one who'd found the body. She didn't have a clear motive either, naturally. However, when considering the links to Sachiko Kawasa's murder, the chances she was the murderer, or at least heavily involved, grew. After all, both women had been made to look like the victims of the curse. But what of Satsuki's case, then? Back when her body was found, rumors said she'd also been killed by the curse. And yet, unlike the others, all her limbs had been missing. Why was that? Dawn eventually arrived, with Ayato no closer to an answer than when he'd begun poring over the facts. Alright then. Ayato departed for the Kuroya clinic around noon the next day. He knocked on the door and waited. Oh, why, hello there, Ayato. Are you out of medicine? No, I was actually hoping to have a word with Yuzuru. Is he around? Yes, of course. Step right in. Thank you. Ayato, eh? Long time no see. Yes, it really has been quite some time, hasn't it? So what brings you to me? Last I checked, my father-in-law was handling your treatment. Well, you see, I was hoping to ask you about something personal. Ayato glanced at Nanako. Oh, I'll excuse myself. Nanako took the hint and left the two alone. Alright, so what's this about? Actually, it concerns my father. Shizuru? Yuzuru gave Ayato his full attention. Something happened? Not exactly. I just want to know more about his past. Specifically, the kind of man he really is. Hahaha. Yuzuru nearly burst out laughing. Probably only acts like a serious adult in front of our father, as well as you and Karen, I'd assume. Yuzuru dragged his seat back and popped a cigarette between his lips. I don't think it's gonna be as light-hearted as you think, Yuzuru, but okay. Has he ever engaged in adultery? Why? Do you ask? Are you looking for scandals in the family business or something? No, I'm just curious, that's all. It's not very convincing, Ayato. Your dad's always been one hell of a playboy, speeding through one woman after another. That didn't change even after his marriage with Elika was arranged. Ayato's ears perked up upon hearing his mother's name. He never had a practice of thrice in these parts, but apparently he couldn't have cared less. So is all of that really true? You bet it is, though supposedly he really reined it in after our father found out when Rika died. Did all of that play a part in my mother's suicide? She never left a suicide note, so we can only guess. Even Saya said she doesn't know what happened back then. Of course she would say that. She's sus as well. I heard she was the one who found my mom's body. Is that the truth? So you knew about that too, huh? The two of them had always been close, so I thought if anyone would know something, it would be her. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Yuzuru stopped the cigarette out in an ashtray. I'm pretty sure the answer is no, but there wasn't anything going on between my father and Saya, was there? Huh? No, I seriously doubt it. Yuzuru shook his head without a second thought. Like I said, it was Rika whom Saya was fond of. So much so that she despised your father for marrying her, in fact. Oh, okay. I had no idea. Besides, our father would have found out right away if he was putting the moves on a Shigusa. Not even Shizuru was that dumb. It's kind of surprised how Yuzuru just starts blabbing like this is all no big deal, right? You would think that he would be a bit more secretive about this. Especially because he's talking about his own brother there, right? Yuzuru got up and gave Ayato a tap on the shoulder. His blood runs through your veins, so do take care not to leave a trail of weeping women in your wake, you hear? I wasn't gonna. Satsuki's face flashed through his mind for a moment. Haha, I'm just kidding. Yuzuru left the room as if to say the conversation was over. Yeah, you made Meguri cry already, you bastard. But I guess can't really be helped, right? If you're in love with someone else, then telling them straight to their face the other person confessing to you is probably the best course of action. Ayato departed to Kuroya Clinic. He decided to drop the new medicine he'd gotten from Nanako off at home before going anywhere else. Yuka was there out in front, sweeping the snow. Welcome home, Master Ayato. Thank you. Could you hold on to this? It's my new ointment. Understood. Shall I start using it once the old one runs out? No, apparently new skin is extremely sensitive to the old stuff, so they told me to begin once the infection's gone. In that case, it would probably be best if I did so starting today. Sure, that sounds great. It's the Karen. Welcome home, Ayato. Karen and you were in the living room. Hey there, hold on, you came by yourself today, young mistress? Don't know if I've ever seen that before. She usually tagged along with Meguri. Came to deliver a letter on behalf of my grandma, that's why. Oh, is that so? You went to the clinic just now, right, Ayato? How did it go? Huh? Oh, they say I'm doing a lot better now. Ayato didn't want Karen to know the real reason he'd gone. That's good, but please don't push yourself, okay? No need to worry. He highly doubted playing detective was posing any obstacle to his recovery. Isn't it almost time, Ohina? Whoops, you're right. Karen rose to her feet. Dance practice again? Yes, I may actually be performing at the next festival. Karen sounded thrilled. Really? Well, I guess you'd better make those practices count then. You got that right. Anyway, I'll be heading home now. You got up. Hold on, let me walk you back. Thanks for being such a good friend, Ayato. Maybe, yeah. You know, with her jealousy and all. You and Ayato marched side by side. Hey, can I ask you something? What is it? What was the letter from your grandma about? You stopped short. If you ask me, it's probably a report about that police inspector, I mean. Why, did something happen? No, not yet. Or at least I don't think so. Grandma is a believer in the oracle, so she doesn't like outsiders stirring the pot around these parts. Oh, so they have like their personal spy in the inn as well. Almost all outsiders stayed at the Futami Inn. Thus it was inevitable that the inn's proprietress would keep a close eye on them. According to her, the Hinagamis have inherited the blood of the oracle for generations. Huh, that's news to me. I wouldn't take that too seriously. It's just what she believes. Though from what I've heard, there are apparently many her age who are of the same mind. Same. The Shigusas, the Hinagamis, and the Oracle were the ones who held all the power in the settlement. With that in mind, it wasn't surprising that such rumors would spread amongst the populace. Plus, it only stood to reason that the mystery of where the Oracle disappeared to would naturally lead to series such as those. Though Ayato had never heard anything of the sort, of course. Why don't you ask Grandma about it? You made that suggestion like she'd read Ayato's mind. It actually sounds like a good idea. Perhaps he'd learned something about the past in the process. Ayato arrived at the Futami Inn, which was located not too far from the heart of Maehina. The snow had been completely cleared of the front, likely due to the nature of the establishment. Is that inspector in? I think he went to the police station. He only comes back to the inn to sleep. Ayato stepped inside. You have a minute, Grandma? You called into the inn. What's this all about, you? A short-statured elderly woman passed through the curtain by the wall. She was Yoshi Futami, Yu's grandmother and the proprietress of the Futami Inn. My goodness, how wonderful is it to have the esteemed Hinagamis Saiyan here. Good afternoon, ma'am. Ayato awkwardly reciprocated her pleasantries with his own. Come on now, you. Show the young master to a warm room. Oh no, that won't be necessary. I'm only here to ask you some questions, actually. My, you do me too much honor. But by all means, ask me anything you'd like. Sure. Though, discombobulated, that's a word I don't use every day, but at least I know how to pronounce it. By Yoshi's reverence, Ayato went forward with his questions all the same. I was wondering if you happen to know anything about the Oracle. Oh, the Lady Oracle. I would assume you would know more about her than one such as I. She was your venerable mother after all. What? She was the Oracle? Hold on, my mother was the Oracle? It was a possibility he'd considered, sure. But to actually hear it from another's mouth floored him. The Lady Oracle was always married into the Hinagami family. Lady Rika, Lady Mariko before her, all of them were once the Lady Oracle. So I wonder if Satsuki was actually meant to marry Ayato before she got killed. Don't take her too seriously. You whispered into Ayato's ear. Lady Satsuki, as I believe she was called, was also the Lady Oracle. I'm sure she was intended to be your betrothed someday. What, wasn't Satsuki simply a guest? That was what I heard anyway. It's always been tradition to receive the Lady Oracle as a guest at first. That doesn't make any sense though. I mean, Satsuki and I saw the Oracle together at the festival all those years ago. This is the Lady Oracle we were speaking of, so I am certain it would have been but a trifle for her to split herself in two. Bruh. If that were true, then she wouldn't even be human. Is all of this just old mistress's deluded ramblings? However, despite those misgivings, regarding his source's credibility, Ayato pressed on with his inquiries. Say, ma'am, does the name Ayako ring any bells to you? Ayako? Can't say it does. She a friend of yours, you? No. Then I'm afraid I haven't the foggiest. Say. Though he hadn't expected much, a part of Ayato had hoped this little trip would provide the break he needed. Oh, one last thing, Hinagami-san. Beware the man staying here. You mean Inspector Inui? I can't stand gumshoes. Knowing him, I'm sure he's sticking his nose around everywhere. Same as always. I had to instinctively look you in the eye. He was just as guilty of probing around as Inui. If anything, Inui was more like his accomplice. Is that what the letter you sent was about? You could in, aware of the uncomfortable position Ayato had found himself in at that moment. He must be dealt with before things spiral out of control. Oh my god, what? They're not gonna murder him, are they? Yoshi nodded triumphantly. Dinner was on the way at the Hinagami residence. Ayato. Mariko suddenly broke her typical silence. Yes. It appears a member of the police has come to our settlement. Do you know anything about that? No, ma'am. Not a thing. Ayato kept his answer brief. He was worried he'd let on too much if he spoke at length. Focus on healing your wounds. Do not let yourself be derailed by distractions. You must begin studying under Shoujo as soon as you have made a full recovery. Hideyumi's word was law in his family. Ayato's destiny was to inherit Hinagami Pharmaceuticals. And that meant studying in order to properly take said throne. His foray on the front lines had put that off for a time, but there was no getting out of it now. Yes, sir. Thus he had no choice but to just go along with his family's plans for his future. After all, defying his grandfather was a pipe dream, the pinnacle of insolence in this family. I mean, if you're lucky, maybe he kicks the bucket before you have to inherit the business, right? But then again, we don't know how his father stands towards all that. So I had to retire to his room. Once there, he lay on the floor, closed his eyes, and gathered his thoughts. Satsuki was the Oracle. That possibility seemed likely when considering what Yoshi had told him earlier. However, Ayato still couldn't get over what he'd seen the day of the festival. Why would they have had some sort of body double play the Oracle on stage? He doubted it was for something as simple as to cover up Satsuki's poor dancing. At present, the most reasonable interpretation was that Satsuki had been the Oracle, but someone else did the dance in her stead. However, it was still unclear exactly who that mystery person was. Ayako, perhaps? That name came to Ayato's mind for a moment, but he erased it just as quickly. No, I'm not even positive she actually exists, so I should only consider that possibility after I know for sure. For now, I'll just focus on Satsuki. I had to set up with that thought. Why was Sachan killed? The Shigusas were most likely involved in her murder. No, they definitely were. The question was exactly who was connected to the murder. Ignoring Yayoi, who'd been born after the incident, the Shigusas consisted of Yoshimitsu, Ryoko, Kensei, Miya, and Saya. Was one of them the killer, or had they all participated in the act? Even if only a few had carried out the actual murder, they might have all been aware of the circumstances surrounding Satsuki's death. Surely they all would have needed to be on the same page beforehand in order to badger the police to call off the investigation. That wasn't all Ayato suspected them of knowing either. The curse of Lord Hina. It had claimed 2 victims as far as Ayato knew, Sachiko Kawase and Keiko Zaizen. Both of them had been killed under bizarre circumstances after the festival. Plus, there was his mother's suicide to consider. According to Yuzuru, Saya Shigusa had been close to his mother, so if there was anyone who'd know about that incident, it would be her. And while it would have been best to ask her directly, Ayato knew she'd just give him the slip unless he came to her with ironclad proof. It would have been nearly 5 years since the latest death Satsuki's, so finding evidence wasn't going to be easy. He'd have to get his hands on some kind of lead first. I'll investigate that storehouse again. I can take a flashlight and comb the place from head to toe this time. And while I'm at it, I can also give the carvings in the chest another look. Ayato could see the silhouettes of snowflakes falling past the folding screen window. If he left now and the snow continued until morning, that would probably cover his tracks. Ayato picked up the flashlight Yuka had fetched him and checked his batteries. The light bulb shone a yellowish orb on the ceiling. Alright, it's now or never. Ayato slipped his boots on and exited through the veranda. The shrine was silent under the dense shroud of night, not so much as a sliver of light beaming out its windows. All that stirred was the snow pelting down from above. Ayato covered his flashlight with his hand to keep anyone from noticing it as he sneaked through the grounds. He slipped past the shrine office and went out back. It wasn't long before he reached the storeroom. There was no indication that anyone else had been by since his last visit. The door was still unlocked as well. Ayato wiped the snow off his clothes and boots before sneaking inside. He finally stopped covering the flashlight after shutting the door behind him. You know, you could have just turned it off until you need it, right? Yeah, the shapes concealed in the dark were revealed in the blink of an eye. Just like last time, he saw nothing aside from the chest and dresser. His footprints from the other day were still there too. Ayato shone his light at the ceiling, and as he did, he could see the slanted roof above the beams. There was a window high up, meaning there had probably once been a second floor to this storehouse. Ayato stepped onto the floor and approached the dresser. Its mirror reflected the light from the flashlight. Ayato checked the drawers, yet found nothing, just as he expected. To be safe, he inspected the back too, only to end up equally empty-handed. It has to be the chest, I just know it. Ayato shone his light on it. The bizarre box was attached to the floor. He removed the clasp and opened the lid once more. For a moment, he felt chilly air emanating from it. He then illuminated its interior and took a closer look. It wasn't long before he found the Ayako letters carved by nails. Ayato looked at it from several different angles, but he couldn't read it as anything other than Ayako. Yeah. Upon closer inspection, he noticed there were other spots engraved with the same name. What would have driven someone to carve this? Ayato stepped into the chest and crouched down. The knothole was right in front of him. He looked through it, but saw nothing, no surprise, seeing as the storeroom was dark. Ayato pressed his own fingernails against the carvings. As he'd suspected, they were too big for the scratches. Would Sachan's fingers have been a match? Ayato had grown considerably since. He couldn't even compare the size of their hands anymore. Huh? His fingers went cold. A draft of cold air was literally rising up from directly beneath him. Ayato shone his flashlight down. There was a massive floorboard there. The gaps between it and the adjoining boards must have been wide, for he could see pitch black darkness beneath them. It seemed that was where the cold air had originated. Strange. Ayato crawled onto the floor and shone his flashlight into the biggest gap, which was about 5 millimeters wide. Something's there. It appeared to be stone or mortar, the storehouse's foundation perhaps. Ayato got out of the chest and examined the surrounding floor. However, he found no similar gaps, not even by the walls, and so he illuminated the inside of the chest once more. Upon closer inspection, he noticed gaps between the chest's sides and bottom as well. Or rather, the base of the chest appeared to have something akin to slated wood set inside it. He reached his hand down and tried to slide his fingers into the gaps, but to no avail. If only I had something to stick in there. It was then that Ayato remembered the clasp fastened with string and picked it up. Is this what that was for? Ayato gripped the string firmly and lowered the clasp into the large gap. He then moved the string as if he were ice fishing, latched it onto the baseboard and tugged. It came loose. Ayato grabbed the board while taking care not to drop it. A maw of darkness gaped before him. He shone his flashlight directly into it. Stairs made of stone led down beneath the floor. An earthen landing was visible at the bottom of the steep staircase, indicating it likely wasn't all that deep. Ayato gulped. What's something like this doing here? Though shivers ran down his spine, he couldn't turn back now that he found it. Ayato stepped into the chest once more. Down below was a basement, if it could even be called that. The bottom of the stairs was as cold as a freezer. Likewise, the dirt walls were dark and hard, as though they were actually frozen. The actual space was very small, no bigger than 3.5 meters across. Ayato illuminated his surroundings. Wooden shelves were built into the walls. 2 wicker trunks sat on them. Both were about 60 centimeters long, 30 centimeters wide, and 15 centimeters tall. Quite large, all things considered. Especially for something lurking in such a tiny secret chamber. What's in them? One of the trunks had clearly frayed with age, so Ayato decided it was the best left untouched, and picked up the other, newer-looking one instead. It was rather heavy. The trunk looked soft enough to hold clothes or cloths, but those wouldn't have weighed this much. Okay, we can see something. I had to lower the trunk onto the ground. Why would someone have gone out of their way to make a secret basement to hide these? I don't know, maybe they do contain the Declaration of Independence after all. Who knows? I had to take off the lid, his hands shivering like mad. Inside were pole-like objects wrapped in oil paper. There were 4 in total. Don't look, don't look, don't look. Though Ayato's brain blurred that warning like an air raid siren, he had to see what they were. And thus he unfolded the paper. Hey, that's a hand. An arm, I guess. What? The first thing he saw was fingers. No, an entire human hand. It was small, a woman's. The trunk had clearly been stored here for years. And yet the hand was as fresh as any living person's. Sachan. I had to grip the cold hand. Though it had lost its warmth and couldn't grip back, it was undoubtedly the very same he'd held that day. I had to pick up the trunk with Satsuki's limbs in it and ascended the stairs, unable to bring himself to check whether what the other one held. What a naughty boy. Saya. Saya stood at the entrance to the storehouse. Though not currently in use, this place is still Shigusa property. Did you think you were committing a crime just because you're a Hinagami? You're one to talk. You and your family's crimes are far worse, wouldn't you say? Our crimes? I see you haven't been told anything. Saya giggled. What are you talking about? It's rather cold in here. Let's take this to the shrine. Saya turned around and glanced at Ayato. Oh, but do bring that with you, please. It would be far too cruel to simply leave her behind. Ayato held the trunk with Satsuki's limbs close to his chest. Saya didn't say a single word on their trip to the shrine. Eventually, she led Ayato to a room illuminated by the flickering lights of paper lanterns. Ayato set the trunk down and sat with his legs crossed, waiting. Saya returned, a round tray with tea utensils in hand. Would you like some tea? It's like, just a casual chat, huh? I'll pass. Couldn't get himself in the mood for that. So be it. Saya brewed tea. Steam wafted from her teacup, filling the room with the rich aroma of green tea. Yeah. Saya took a breath after having a sip. Now then, where to begin? Tell me everything, please, about the oracle, the curse, Satsuki, everything. My, what a greedy boy you are. Saya giggled once again. Tell me exactly how much do you know about the oracle? Just the basics, really. I know she appears every decade or two, dances in the festival, and marries into the Hinagami family. That's it. Chizuru tell you? No, I haven't seen him since I got back from the war. The way Saya worded her question made Ayato realize that what Yoshi Futami had told him was true. It seemed both his mother and grandmother had indeed once been the oracle. Was she the oracle? Ayato continued his interrogation. Who do you mean? Don't play the fool now. I'm talking about Satsuki, the girl who died nearly 5 years ago. She was not the oracle, no. Saya shook her head. Someone else was playing that particular role. And who was that exactly? I don't believe I'm under any obligation to tell you. Was it Ayako? Where did he hear that name? I don't believe I'm under any obligation to tell you. Ayato forced himself to keep his cool after seeing Saya's reaction. So Ayato really does exist. I knew it. Is this Ayako the oracle? No. Saya stubbornly refused to confirm his suspicions. Then who is she? So you truly do know nothing, do you? Saya sneered. Ayako is Satsuki's true name. Saya's confession was almost anticlimactic after all the work Ayato had done to reach this point. Satsuki was Ayako? In that case, did she carve her own name into the chest? So that she wouldn't forget it no matter how many times she was called Satsuki? Just who was Satsuki? Cannot tell you. Saya quietly shook her head. Why not? I have no means by which to answer, that's why. Saya smiled faintly. The question is rather vague, you see. How? How was that the least bit vague? If you don't want to tell me, at least be upfront about it. I had to glare at Saya, but she didn't seem the least bit intimidated. Fine. I'll change my question then. Were you the one who killed Satsuki? No, what would I have had to gain from that? I wouldn't know. However, it's clear the Shigusas were involved, considering her body was hanging off the shrine's archway, while her limbs were being kept under your shed. Oh, you say we were involved? Saya glanced at the wicker trunk. I do admit, I am the one who moved her body there, and the one who cut off her limbs. Oh, okay. Why would he do something like that? Why, I believe that should be abundantly clear. Saya rose to her feet. Ayato picked up the trunk and backed away. Hand that over. No. He slapped her hand away. I can't let you have them. If these really are Satsuki's limbs, then they're crucial evidence. They belong to me. Like hell they do. Ayato started shouting. These are Satsuki's. And what makes you so certain of that? Because it couldn't be anyone else's. Why else do you think? Do you know that for a fact? Saya's lips curled into a smile. Not even I can tell who is in there. What are you? It's then that Ayato recalled something from earlier. There'd been another older wicker trunk down in that basement. You're keeping someone else's limbs too? Oh, you mean to tell me you didn't give them a look then? Such a waste. Saya sneered and reached out again. Ayato couldn't resist her. Thus he let Saya take the trunk and open the lid. What are you doing, Ayato? You gotta stand your ground, man. The older woman sighed with rapture. You were right. These are most certainly that girl's arms. What are you doing with those arms, lady? Saya took out one of the arms and lovingly nuzzled her cheek against it. Satsuki's fingers brushed against that cheek, almost as if she were still alive. Hey, take a good look at this part. See that tiny mole? Rika didn't have that. But apart from it, she's the spitting image of her. No, are you saying that the other trunk has... Yes, it's just as you imagine. Rika's limbs. I had to bolt it to his feet. What the hell is this all about? I had to grip Saya by the lapels and shout at her in the face. I always loved Rika's arms and legs, you see. Her smooth white skin, her slender fingers. I was a slave to them from top to bottom. I just couldn't forget her hands after she died, so I dug them out of her grave before they rotted away. You okay, lady? I don't think so. Luckily, Rika's body was just as beautiful in its casket as it was in life. Can you imagine how happy I was? It was like she'd been waiting for me all that time. Shut up! How incorrigible. Were you not the one who wanted the truce? Yeah, she's crazy, alright indeed, yeah. Saya didn't stop giggling even after Ayato shoved her against the wall. I took great care when cutting off her arms and legs. They were beautiful. So very beautiful. Her skin still glistened even after she'd lost all her blood. I said, shut up! Ayato gripped Saya's collar. I'll show you your mother later. Shut up! Ayato dragged her to the floor, hands still firm around her collar. Satsuki's arm fell from her grip. Satsuki! Saya reached out for it. No, I won't let you touch her ever again. Ayato straddled Saya and pinned her to the floor. Saya groaned and grabbed Ayato's arms. Her neck was white as the driven snow. Damn. Ayato strangled her with his gnarled hands. Saya's nails dug into his wrists. However, Ayato ignored the pain and throttled her with even greater strength. He couldn't stop. The strength, experience, and intuition he'd cultivated on the battlefield returned to the forefront of his mind. And all of them were telling him that this woman would be his ruin if he didn't kill her. Ayato's heart raced a mile a minute with no signs of slowing down. He'd never gone like that before, not even when he'd killed enemy soldiers during the war. Saya was staring right up at him, dead. Blood pooled in her neck, leaving visible red portions. Ayato's fingers refused to do as he asked. Satsuki's arm lay on the floor like garbage. Ayato picked it up and placed it back in the trunk. Frankly, he had no idea what he was doing. However, he knew he had to do something. And so he picked up the trunk, slipped on his boots, and raced outside. I mean, now he can't even give them to the police anymore, right? Because they would just like find her dead, and it would be all but clear what happened. Ayato blindly dashed through the mountains, but then again, he has his answer now, I guess, so maybe he doesn't really even care about that anymore, so... He ran all the way to a small dale, barely covered in snow. Why? Why? What made me think I had to kill her? It wasn't not killing her that would be his ruin. It was the other way around. He would have realized that if he'd been thinking even the least bit clearly. But his hands had acted on their own. And now he was a murderer. The dale led to their old secret base. The deserted hut was still there, looking the same as it had all those years ago. I had to open the door buried behind a mound of snow and stumble inside. He then collapsed onto the floor and wept. It won't be long before Saya's body is found. There was no way that Rockers hadn't caught the Shigusa's attention. In fact, there was a good chance he'd been caught red-handed, which meant it was only a matter of time before the Hinagamis were informed. I can't go back. Inspector Inui's there too. I'll be done for if he performs a search of the mountains. I had to look at the trunk with Satsuki's limbs. He still hadn't uncovered the truth behind her desk. A moment later, he rose to his feet. I can't afford to get caught. I had to shovel the snow next to the hut and dug up the earth. The ground was frozen solid, so it required a lot of work, even with the tip of the shovel. And yet, I had to just kept on digging in the dark, like his life depended on it. Eventually, he'd made a small hole. He lowered the trunk into it. I'm sorry, Sachan. I don't think I can take you with me. I had to apologize before burying the trunk. He then stomped the ground hard before covering it with kindling and timber. After that, he buried it under snow again and leveled the area. Now it wouldn't be so easy to find. I'll come back for you someday. I promise. I had to turn his back on the hut and wandered off across the snow. He had no destination in mind. He simply journeyed for the base of the mountain, allowing no other thoughts to distract him as he ventured out into the unknown. Damn, that was intense, huh? Man, these are the moments why I friggin' love this series, man. All that, all the tension and whatnot. Crying. The newly born life I'd brought into this world was crying. Why? Why was this child crying? That's just what babies do, mate. Were they lamenting the life fate had in store for them? It was a girl. Just like I'd wanted. Now everything could go according to plan. All according to Keikaku, right? Keikaku Dori. She had been given life to shoulder a destiny, so her future was set in stone. And this child would aid her down that path. For now, nothing would grant me greater bliss. I must raise her strictly for that purpose. After all, this is for them. I wonder if that was, like the reaction of one of the people who had, who just received, gave birth to the Oracle or something. Hard to say. Well, anyways, we're back in the present time. And so I managed to cross the mountain and reached another settlement. After that, I made my way to Toyama and fled to Tokyo. Masaki, no. Ayato Hinagami wrapped up his story with those words. Was that when you started going by Tomoyuki Masaki? Yes, I needed money to live, so I acquired the family register and modified it so I could get a pension. That's the textbook definition of fraud, isn't it? Masaki rose to his feet and held his hands out to Yaginuma, who'd been listening in silence this whole time. Guilty of murder, fraud, and likely all sorts of other crimes. So arrest me, please. Yaginuma snorted and looked my way. I shrugged. And why, pray tell, should I have to endure that headache? It isn't even my case. Huh? Arresting for a homicide, someone for a homicide that happened out in the sticks over a decade ago would be of no merit to anyone. Besides, we do not even know if this alleged crime actually occurred. But Oh, but if you're so desperate to spend the rest of your life in jail, then by all means, do feel free to confess to killing Meguri Takamiya. I'd gladly do the honors then. Masaki shut up. It seemed he had no intention to take the fall for Meguri Takamiya's murder. We'd unveiled Masaki's secrets and learned all about his connections to her, both her and Naori Kuroya. Thus, playing innocent would no longer help him in any way by this point. Hey, dumbass, you didn't dump your whole life story just to keep covering for the killer, did you? Masaki gasped ever so slightly. You spotted someone you didn't want seeing you at the hotel that day, so you went out the back door to avoid them. That sound about right? And since the murder happened afterwards, that would cast them as our prime suspect naturally. However, the man at the front desk didn't recall anyone like that coming to them. In which case, whoever it was likely already knew Megari Takamiya's room number. Considering the fact that they had to have been close to her and would have recognized you as Ayato Hinagami, there must have been someone from Hitogata. You speak as though you have an inkling of their identity, sir. Let's just say I've met a few new faces recently. Now tell me, Ayato Hinagami, this is the person you saw at the hotel, isn't it? I opened my notebook and shoved the name right in his face. So, it is, as a matter of fact, you know, they did talk about Nanako Sawashiro coming to the hotel. I don't think it was him, to be honest. But this is a very likely possibility, isn't it? Especially because they remember back to the murder scene when we had the murderer's POV and the person said you always were into fashion or something like that. Sawashiro could have known that, truth to be told. But you know who always hang out with her together? I'm pretty sure it could be her. Let's quickly save here, just in case we make the wrong decision. But I'm gonna go with that for now. Karen? It all adds up, doesn't it? She's apparently working at Hinagami Pharmaceuticals, your own family's company, right here in Tokyo. I even saw her at the hospital just the other day. That's why you think it was her. Based on what you told us, she and Megari Takamiya were good friends, so it wouldn't have been strange for her to pay a visit. Admit that I probably would have run away if I saw her these days, but you have the wrong person. I wouldn't be in this room right now if she'd seen me. Because she would have dragged you right back home? Yes. Masaki nodded. Though it was highly likely Karen Hinagami had been Megari Takamiya's visitor, I couldn't be sure now that this guy was denying it. We'll look into Hinagami Pharmaceuticals once we get our hands on a photograph of her. We should have little trouble determining if she was there that night. Sounds good. But for now, I knew it'd be best to try another name and see how this guy reacted. Okay, I guess in that case, it's just gonna be her, right? Well, that's as good a confession as any. I wonder if I should reload that, or if it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, Reiji, we're going on information here that Reiji couldn't possibly know, right? So maybe that is not the answer that the game wants us to give right now. But I still think it's a possibility, to be honest. He was wearing his reaction on his sleeve, possibly because I had him to the wall. No, he'd probably always been a crappy liar. It also didn't help that hiding his identity for over a decade had likely done a real number in his psyche. No wonder he'd been seeing a psychiatrist. Does Nanako Sawashiro reside in Tokyo now? From what I've heard anyway, apparently she's working as a nurse at Kuchiki Hospital. What? Masaki looked up. She was at that hospital? Yeah, though she worked in a different department than the one you mainly interacted with. But wait, you made regular visits to that hospital for over a year and a half, right? And yet you seriously never crossed paths with her? No, not even once. She must have seen me, though. Masaki's reaction made it all but certain that it was Nanako Sawashiro he'd seen, but that opened up a whole new can of worms. Yaginuma, exactly when was the estimated time of death again? You mean to tell me you forgot? It was around 8 p.m. on December 20th, with a 30-minute margin of error. So 7:30 to 8:30 p.m., huh? Nanako Sawashiro was working the night shift at Kuchiki Hospital starting 8 p.m. that day. There were no records of her being late to work. Would it have been possible for her to have gone from Ochanomizu to Nakano in half an hour? All she did was travel, sure, but it would have been all but impossible after factoring in the time she would have spent waiting for the train and getting ready for her shift. Right, and it would have been even more unfeasible when considering the fact that the body was altered post-mortem. So basically, she couldn't possibly have had time to tamper with the crime scene. Let me ask you one more time, Masaki. Am I right that Nanako Sawashiro was the one you saw at the hotel? Yes, I left through the back door as soon as I spotted her. Masaki nodded obediently, probably because he was now sure Nanako couldn't have been the killer. But then that meant it appears someone else paid Meguri Takamiya a visit after Nanako Sawashiro. If she really didn't show up late for work, then yeah, that must be it. Or at the very least, it was someone else who altered the crime scene. Suppose we shall take Nanako Sawashiro into custody then. Though she most likely did not commit the crime, she remains a suspect all the same. I'll handle her questioning, but first things first. I gripped Masaki's shoulder. Huh? Now's your chance to come clean if you're still hiding anything. Otherwise, it's just gonna be a major pain in the ass to corroborate later. So there's still more, huh? Knew it. Well, it would seem I have to resort to interrogation. At least he didn't say torture. Although he clearly meant that. We know you slit your wrist in your suicide attempt, but what brought that on? Does that not sound rather impulsive even for a fugitive? I did it because Nanako found me. Apparently the Hinagamis asked her to look for me. If I had to guess, they tasked her with locating their prodigal son, because the two of them had been acquaintances growing up. Never would have guessed she was working at that hospital, though. At any rate, she found me and asked me to return to succeed the Hinagami family, which is why I decided to kill myself. Talk about short-sighted. Then again, maybe that just went to show how cornered he'd felt. Why did Nanako Sawashiro look for you in your family's stead? I mean, wasn't your sister already living here? I'm not sure. Perhaps she simply spotted me by pure coincidence. Also, if they want you back to succeed the family, does that mean there were marriage arrangements involved? They're trying to arrange a marriage for me, yes. All they care about is keeping the Hinagami bloodline going. To whom? Nanako Sawashiro? I don't know. I made my suicide attempt before she could tell me anything significant, so... Masaki gripped his left wrist. What about after then? Did Nanako Sawashiro say anything to you when you were in the hospital recovering from that? No, nothing at all. Aside from at the hotel, I haven't seen her since I regained consciousness. Perhaps she was being considerate. That sure was a funny word coming from Yaginuma. Good point. We'll just have to ask her ourselves. I patted Masaki's back and brought him to his feet. Huh? You're taking me along with you? It won't be a problem now, will it, Yaginuma? Not like he's actually under arrest. Indeed. Still, do take care to ensure he doesn't get lost again. I ignored Yaginuma's sarcastic ribbing and left the interrogation room with Masaki. We drove all the way over to Shinjuku Avenue through Miyakizaka after departing the MPD. Gotta say, I'm shocked you had the balls to go to that hospital. I had no idea they were related to the Kuroyas. Sure, I'd met two of them, but I forgot their surnames. Apparently, Fumiya and Chizuru Kuchiki's mother had, in fact, been Naori Kuroya's aunt on his mother's side. Meanwhile, Naori's father Yuzuru was Masaki's uncle on his father's side, meaning the Kuchikis and Hinagamis were related through the Kuroyas. I started going about 2 years ago after someone told me they had a top-class psychiatrist. Yeah, about that. Nanako Sawashiro works part-time in the pediatrics department, so I guess it's not unreasonable that you wouldn't have seen her. And yet, despite that, she had found Masaki all the same. She must have immediately known he was using an alias too. But what confused me was how she had notified the Hinagamis rather than the hospital. They may have been old friends, but this guy was on the lam for homicide all the same. So it would have been only natural for her to have reported him to someone, instead of... Tokisaka, look out! Masaki's shout snapped me back to my senses. Whoops. I dodged a Metropolitan Electric Railway streetcar just in the nick of time. Apparently I'd driven right onto the tracks without even noticing. What a klutz. Please watch where you're going. Relax, you're talking to the guy who once drove across the Marco Polo Bridge with his eyes closed. How gullible do you think I am? Gullible, sorry. I parked right outside Kuchiki Hospital and I exited the car with case files in hand. Could you please not drive like a maniac next time? Masaki warily wobbled out of the car. Hey, I followed the speed limit and traffic lights. Oh, by the way, should I keep calling you Masaki? Yes, that's what I'm used to, so I'd appreciate it if you stuck with that. He probably still wanted to keep his identity as secret as possible. Though maybe that was pointless, seeing as how we were about to meet someone who'd known him as Ayato Hinagami. I headed for Koharu's office after entering the hospital. Come on in. Or how Michiro calls her Koharu-chan. Been waiting for you, Mr. Tokisaka, and you too, Mr. Masaki. Pleasure to see you again. Masaki gave a little bow. Please wait here. I'll go call Nurse Sawashiro. Hold up. I'd like to ask you something first. Does Miss Sawashiro arrive on time for her shift on the 20th? Yeah, I believe she came in just a little before 8 p.m. I say, thank you very much. You're welcome. Koharu left the office. And now we wait. Plopped onto the sofa and gestured to Masaki over. Yes. Masaki took a seat right next to me. Neither of us made a sound for quite some time. So how long has she been working here? She'd know that better than me. All I've heard is that she came here for her father or something like that. Now that you mention it, I did hear that her father was a prospector who was often too sick to work, even back when he was living in Hitogata. Must have found a work opportunity in Tokyo. Things were going rather slow here after the war due to the reconstruction and labor shortages after all. Is that what you think? Didn't sound like Masaki bought that. Honestly, there have always been nasty rumors about him, such as how he frittered his daughter's earnings away on booze and gambling, or how he worked her to the bone at home. I was about to reply when the door suddenly opened. It's Koharu and another nurse filing in. Oh, you look different, Nanako. Apologies for keeping you waiting. Oh, so you're Miss Sawashiro, are you? I'd seen her around the hospital several times before, but this was the first time I had a name for her face. The woman froze in the doorway as soon as she saw Masaki. Ayato. It's been a long time. Masaki bowed his head. It's giving me an overview of the situation. Please have a seat. Alright. Nanako sat on the sofa across from us. I'll leave you all to it then, if you'll excuse me. Koharu went back into the hallway, shutting the door behind her. And I start by asking how you found him. Gestured to Masaki. It all began when I heard about him from a co-worker. I got curious and snuck a look when he wasn't watching, and immediately recognized him as Ayato. Back then, he went by Tomoyuki Masaki, a name he's still using to this day. What were your thoughts about that? I assumed he was living under an alias because the name Hinagami would have attracted far too much attention, seeing as Hinagami Pharmaceuticals is based in Tokyo and all. I glanced at Masaki out of the corner of my eye. He was listening to Nanako with a furrowed brow. So she didn't think it was because he was on the run for murdering Saya Shigusa. That was odd, but I decided it was best not to ask for now. And then you told my father? Yes, I couldn't just leave him and the rest of the family in the dark. Once I let them know you were alright, they forbade me from making contact with you and went ahead with their plans to arrange a marriage. I assumed they told you to keep your distance from him so he wouldn't run away. Nanako nodded feebly. They told me that he ran away from home because he didn't want to take over the family. But what about Saya? Oh, you just gonna bring that up? Masaki asked the very question I'd been avoiding. Saya? Well, yes, Saya did pass away shortly after you ran away from home, but what does that have to do with anything? Bruh, did they just cover that up? Well, because I held out my hand to stop Masaki before he blabbed any further. Exactly how did this Saya die, if I may ask? I heard it was heart failure. Nanako answered promptly. However, she didn't sound like she really believed that. Who determined the cause of death? I kept Masaki quiet in his seat as I continued questioning Nanako. It was said that Director Kuroya, the director of the Kuroya clinic, was with Saya on her deathbed. I personally wasn't present for that, however. Crossed my arms in contemplation. On one hand, Saya Shigusa was indeed dead, there was no question about that. But on the other hand, Nanako Sawashiro's account contradicted Masaki's testimony. If I took what he said as fact, then maybe her murder was covered up as a natural death. It would certainly explain why Megari Takamiya never treated him as a murderer. Otherwise, she probably would have had scruples hanging out with him, old friends or not. I got the impression that Nanako Sawashiro hadn't been quite as convinced by the deception though. Assuming I was right about all this, that is. Was there any chaos in Hitogata when this nitwit disappeared? Of course, the whole settlement went looking for him. However, once someone said he was seen at the base of the mountain, we figured he'd run away from home. Sorry I caused you all so much trouble. Masaki hung his head. Don't apologize, all that matters is that you're safe and sound. It's a terrible shame about Negari though. Nanako's face fell both figuratively and literally. How much do you know about Miss Takamiya's passing? Only that she died. I heard she was murdered shortly after I visited her. You heard right. Tell me, was she acting strange when you last saw her? No, not really. Sounded like she'd given up on the marriage too. You mean to this guy? I pointed at Masaki. Told her I had no intention of getting married. And going back to the Hinagamis, something you should understand as well, Nanako. Do you think your family will just take that answer lying down? Well, no, but... Masaki shamefacedly looked at the floor. Who gave you the job of arranging the marriage, Miss Sawashiro? Shizuru Hinagami, Ayato's father. I've also heard he's the one selecting the marriage candidates. Not my grandfather. No, he's been bedridden for a while now. I suspect that's part of the reason why they're in such a hurry to name a successor. I had no idea. I guess he's probably not particularly sad about the whole situation, though. Considering how he always talked about Hideyomi, right? Shizuru Hinagami in Tokyo. Yes, he runs the Hinagami Pharmaceuticals headquarters in Yotsuya, though I believe their main office is located in Toyama. Could leave them to Yaginuma. In the meantime, I still had questions for this woman. Sawashiro, please tell us if you know anything about Meguri Takamiya's murder. As I said, I met with her right before it happened, but nothing seemed off. Nanako studied me as if trying to figure out what was going through my head. Rest assured, you're not a suspect. We've already confirmed that you were working at the time of the murder. I see. She didn't seem relieved to hear that. Hardly surprised, since it didn't change that her old friend had been murdered. Did Miss Takamiya mention if she was planning to meet with someone else later? No, not a word. Which would likely make the killer either an uninvited guest or a burglar. That said, the state of the crime scene all but ruled out the latter. I took photos of an envelope full of documents. They were color photos taken for forensics. I hid away the graphic shots of the body and just showed the ones of evidence found at the crime scene to Nanako. You recognize any of these? Oh. Nanako gasped when she saw the clay doll that had been in the corpse's abdomen. This was found at the crime scene of the crime. Was it in Miss Takamiya's room when you came to visit her? I waited for a response. This is what you showed me at the clinic, isn't it? Lord Hina? Huh? But why? Why would the curse happen outside the village? Curse? Hold on, do you mean that curse? I certainly hadn't been expecting that reaction from her. Her? This is Lord Hina? Masaki gasped too as he stared at the photo. Yes, I'm sure of it. The shape may be slightly different, but it's still the same as with Miss Kawase. This was found in Meguri's abdomen, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Not even this guy recognized it as what you call Lord Hina. Glad at Masaki. True that Lord Hina is enshrined in the Hinagami family altar, but I've never actually seen it before. My grandparents said it was strictly forbidden. Masaki shook his head. So she was killed by the curse. Make no mistake, Masaki, your friend met her end at a human hands. Same went for Mayu Kamizono and Mizuki Itose. People could call it a curse all they wanted, but no matter how he spun it, a human had been behind those. Still, I couldn't believe the mystery of the clay doll was connected to Masaki, or rather, the Hinagamis. This couldn't all be coincidence, I was sure of that. But I wonder, how does Nanako know exactly how it looks like, the Lord Hina? Because Nanako was at the crime scene of Kawase, but that aside, she didn't open the abdomen, did she? So how would she know about... Oh, maybe because the police brought her back in for questioning later? But she definitely didn't open up the abdomen herself, surely. It was only after he'd severed the thread in multiple spots that it happened. Something stirred within the victim's abdomen. Inui immediately cupped his hands below her genitals. Right then, a red lump fell out of the reopened wound with a visceral squelch. The This couldn't all be coincidence, I was sure of that. The homicides had to be centered around this nitwit. Pardon me, but where did Mayu Kamizono grow up? I think here in Tokyo. See, then tell me, have you ever heard of a woman named Mizuki Itose? No, I can't say that I have. Though the killer's MO had been identified as being in line with Hitogata's curse of Lord Hina, the link between the victims was still as big a blank as before. Masaki told me the curse falls upon those who worship this Lord Hina incorrectly. But is that a famous legend in Japan? I asked the two former Hitogata residents for their input. No, I haven't heard about it anywhere past Hitogata's borders. It's never even taught the correct way to worship it. The leaders of the Hinagami and Shigusa families are probably the only ones who know. What matters here is just how widespread the legend of Lord Hina is. You can't worship something you never heard of after all. The story said your wish would be granted if you worshipped it correctly. That sounded like a bunch of crock to me, personally. It was probably some mess the Hinagami's forefathers cooked up to make their family sound special. And the fact that this face was exclusive to Hitogata meant the murderer had to be someone from that settlement. Worshipping Lord Hina gets you cursed. Ergo, those cursed were followers of Lord Hina. And if those clay dolls stuffed into the victims' abdomens were supposed to be Lord Hina's that they'd incorrectly worshipped, that would have to mean that Meguri Takamiya had one in her hotel room. An unlikely tale if I'd ever heard one. It would have been an entirely different story if she'd brought it with her, of course. But there was no doubt in my mind that the killer was the one who'd planted it there. So someone's out there murdering people and passing it off as the work of that curse, huh? Masaki's story painted the Shigusa family in the most suspicious light, but were the homicide cases that happened in the settlement ever solved? Not when I was living there, at least. Has the statute of limitations expired by now? Yes, they should have run out last spring, so long as an extension wasn't filed. But all that meant was that the case could no longer be tried. Didn't erase the crime itself. Therefore, it was possible the culprit from back then was involved with this case. It was definitely something to keep in mind. Still, why such a big gap between murders then? I looked at Masaki. Is it him? The curse certainly hadn't happened in the years he'd been gone, at least. I was starting to wonder if it'd be quicker for all of us if we just arrested him. Now you're just sounding like Yaginuma, you know that. But Reiji, Yaginuma probably felt the same, exactly. May I go now? Still have work to do. Yeah, we're all good. I'd already asked most of my big questions by this point anyway. Let's get going. Alright. The two of us exited Koharu's office. Masaki turned his head like he'd noticed something. I followed suit to find a familiar girl in hospital pajamas strolling our way. Oh.
Yeah, Michiru.
Hey there, Michiru. Michiru immediately performed a right-about face when I called out to her. Shirasaki, it's time to take your temperature. Now, no running away. Nanako grabbed Michiru as the latter tried to make a break for it. Ugh. Is she a patient? Masaki cocked his head. No, I'm sure she just wears those clothes and bandages for fun. I'm sure for panicking like that. Nanako bowed with Michiru in tow. Who's that? Michiru looked up at Masaki. A bad guy. Oh. Michiru took a few steps back. Could you not paint such an unflattering portrait of me? Hey, just telling it how it is. I mean, not entirely wrong, right? Masaki and I left the hospital and returned to the car. So that was Lord Hina. Seriously never seen it before? If I had, I would have recognized it right away when I was shown the real thing. You mean to tell me you never even so much as snuck a peek into your family altar when you were a brat? I know I would have in your shoes. Sure, you'd think twice about that if you grew up being told you'd be skinned for doing so. In any case, who would know the most about that clay doll, Lord Hina, I mean? Probably my grandparents and the Shigusas. Everyone else just knows it exists, and nothing more. Then someone in that group was most likely the murderer. If not, then at least someone closely linked to them. It seemed I'd just have to pay the village a visit and ask around for myself. The day was December 22nd. I left just under a week and a half until New Year's. If it took a few days to get ready, I could stop by Hitogata and be back in time to greet 1958. Hopefully, anyway. Could drive there. Actually, best not to. Second thought. Wasn't so sure I could handle snowy mountain roads after all. Guess that means a night train then. Yeah, that sounds good. Whoa, what does? I'll explain later, get in the car. But going back to the MPD. I'd have to bring this guy along for the ride too. Though he'd probably, no, definitely be against it. Absolutely not. Talk about the mother of all surprises. Come on, I need a guide. An outsider stick out like sore thumbs in remote settlements, right? I'm more or less an outsider myself by this point, though. Okay, fine, have it your way. So I'll just have to get someone else to babysit you while I'm gone. How about him? I pointed at the man strolling our way, Yakinuma. That's even worse. Yeah, nobody likes that friggin' guy. Although, I will say, a character that so consistently can evoke hatred in others is definitely a good character, right? Why do I sense I'm being mocked? What, you? Never. We were just talking about how dedicated you are to the job, that's all. Fine. Let's just say I believe you. At any rate, regarding your wish to investigate Toyama, Yaginuma shot Masaki a look. Just take every precaution to ensure he doesn't get away. I doubt we'll have to worry about that. Do we seriously believe he's gonna take refuge with his family? We were talking about a runaway after all. On another note, there is supposedly an inspector at Toyama Prefectural Police HQ who's been investigating the case. Please ask him for details once you arrive. Is it Inui? I do believe that was his name, yes. Apparently he's quite a troublemaker who hasn't stopped investigating, even after the investigation was called off. Sounds like a real pain in the ass for his superiors. Indeed. I couldn't believe that bastard actually agreed with a straight face. When are you leaving? In 2 to 3 days, give or take. I need to make some arrangements beforehand. Understood. And please exercise caution so as not to cause any trouble over there, sir. We would never do that. Relax. I'll be on my best behavior. Alright. I dropped Masaki off in Shinjuku and went home. I had to sort through what I'd learned from his testimony and get the ball rolling on a few things before my trip. Thanks. The next few days are gonna be such a drag. I'm home. Welcome back, Reiji. Dinner's ready. Oh, we're having hot pot today? Yes, I figured it'd be perfect for such a cold day. Now please, get changed. Got it. Warm up some sake for me, would you? Yes, of course. I returned to my room and took off my coat. The place was freezing, probably because I hadn't been home all day. And so I hastily made a retreat to the living room. Here you go. Eat up. Yukari handed me a bowl. A pot fresh off the stove sat on the table. Inside were boiled chicken and vegetables. It's hot, so please be careful. Thanks, but I'll be fine, really. Oh, just so you know, in advance, I'll be going away on a trip for a few days. Oh, starting when? Haven't decided yet. And could you hold off until the 25th at least? After Christmas Eve, I mean. Why, what's happening then? I was thinking of inviting some people over for a little party. I guess it's fine. It's gonna take me a day or two to get ready anyway. Also, I was hoping we could invite Mr. Masaki too. Yeah, it would probably be pretty sad to spend Christmas Eve cooped up in some office all alone, huh? Sounds good. I'll ask him. Thank you so much. Maybe it'd be best to get some presents too. I considered my travel expenses for the trip to Toyama along with how many people we'd likely have at the party. Guess I've got to start budgeting. Yeah, he always says like he doesn't earn a lot of money from his cases, so that's probably a problem. Ueno Station was absolutely packed the week before New Year's. And yet, the area she chose for our rendezvous was sadly, as I'd expected, practically deserted. There she is again. Took you long enough. The disgruntled Toji Aoki was leaning against the food stall. Sorry, I was just getting some facts in order. I handed over an envelope full of documents. So that clay doll's the god of some backwater area, huh? I'm actually planning to go see that place for myself. Toji secured the envelope under her left armpit and smoothly removed the documents with her only hand. Lord Hina, eh? Any connection to the blessed congregation? Can't say there isn't just yet, but I doubt the blessed congregation had anything to do with Mizuki Itoze's murder. Yeah, she is a looker, alright. Personally, I'd advise against jumping to any conclusions just yet. Yeah, I know. That's exactly why I want you to continue your investigation. I don't mind, but I'm currently looking into where they get their income. It seems they've got a big money tree somewhere, and I doubt it's from farting out miracles. They're not alms from their followers. Senri made money off their predictions of the future, but things are different this time. I guess they could have some loaded believers though. And where there's money, there's greed. That's all anyone needs to justify murder. I saw you just said you didn't think they were involved. Yeah, but didn't you just say I shouldn't jump to conclusions until I know for sure? Heh. Got me there. I'm heading to Toyama in a few days to investigate the clay dolls. So sorry, but I'm gonna need you to hold down the fort while I'm gone. Wait, did you just say Toyama? Toji suddenly grabbed my shoulder. Yeah, why, is something there? Do you even have to ask? Echu miso. It's high in salt and juices and makes a great companion for fish dishes. I'm sorry, what? Toji suddenly started rambling madly. Bring me back a box or 10, would you? I'm sure they've got plenty in old shops around Toyama City and Takaoka. Please, I'd literally kill for the stuff. Sure, I guess it couldn't hurt to grab you a souvenir. Thanks. I'm in your eternal debt. Oh, and while you're there, could you possibly check if there are any shops I could order it from too? That settles it. She really should have picked a career as a miso critic instead. That's fair, I guess. Phew. Yaginuma stretched out once he'd finished poring over the pile of documents he'd requested. He was at his office in CID Section 1, his base ever since he'd been sent out on loan to the MPD. He threw his legs atop his personal desk and drank his cold tea. Most of the department's inspectors were out, though not because it was almost New Year's. Their job simply didn't call for them to be glued to their desks, meaning this was in fact the natural state of things here. Besides, they had more than Tomoyuki Masaki's case on their plate. As such, they couldn't afford to sit around just focusing on that one. And yet, in spite of that, strange. Yaginuma was doing exactly that, mumbling to himself. More specifically, he was reviewing internal documents from Hinagami Pharmaceuticals. Now that the reveal of Tomoyuki Masaki's true identity had made them relevant to the case, he'd ordered an investigator to check them for anything unusual, and yet 17 over the last 10 years. And that's just verified. Yaginuma scanned over the number of employee deaths once again. All of them had died of disease or accidentally, nothing that hinted at foul play. However, there were also reports of young employees, along with others who'd only worked there a few months, dying suddenly. Since the company had many employees, and this included incidents from just after the war ended, Yaginuma couldn't claim it was an unnatural mortality rate. Yeah, I don't know, man, about me, so I never really had I had it, of course, a couple of times when I was in Japan, but I never really knew there was so much depth to that subject, you know, that there were so many varieties. But yeah, apparently. However, the problem wasn't the number of deaths. Rather, it was one of the people who died. Satoru Itose. He had been Mizuki Itose's father. Year of death, 1952. Cause of death, disease. He'd worked at a Hinagami Pharmaceuticals laboratory. His deaths within the Hinagami Pharmaceuticals. This is merely conjecture, but perhaps there were even more before and during the war. They simply neglected to record them. Yaginuma read a document about Hinagami Pharmaceuticals' accomplishments. From what he could see, they had developed a plethora of new medications for decades now, even before the war. After the Pharmaceuticals Affairs Law was amended in 1943 to optimize pharmaceutical development, they continued production of supplying many products to the military. With that said, there was nothing unusual about doing such a thing in wartime. They'd probably co-develop those drugs, along with military medical universities and the like. Furthermore, there were also organizations rumored to have conducted dubious experiments, much like a Noborito laboratory. Thus, it was perfectly reasonable to suspect— oh my god, I just can't read it all right now. Hinagami Pharmaceuticals once had ties with groups like those. After all, Yotsuya, home of Hinagami Pharmaceuticals' Tokyo branch, was just a stone's throw away from Ichigaya, the former location of the Army's general headquarters. Human experimentation. No, clinical studies. Clinical trials for testing the efficacy of new medications. That possibility could not be ruled out. Not after there had been stories of proactive biological weapon research being carried out during the war. Had these people been victims of such a thing? Am I letting my imagination get the better of me? But now that he'd conceived the possibility, he knew he had to look into it. Hey, you! Yaginuma summoned a young police inspector who was still in the building. Yes, Superintendent, what is it you need, sir? Look into Hinagami Pharmaceuticals. Oh, and one more thing. Yaginuma held out his teacup to the inspector standing at attention. Get me some tea. Hot. This dude. Oh. Kuchiki residence, huh? I visited a residential district near Inokashira Park for the first time in what felt like an eternity. On its outskirts was a building that had once been a clinic, the Kuchiki residence. It It had to have been well over a year since I was last there. I rang the doorbell and waited a bit. Welcome. Thank you. We exchanged terse pleasantries. My father is absent, as I told you over the phone, but you're welcome to come in. I took her up on that offer and followed her inside. So you're going to Toyama? She's brewed tea as she asked that question. Yes, I hear you went there yourself prior to the war. Why, yes. That's where she and her brother were getting it on. Chizuru glanced up at the setting sun. It was short, but still a rather eventful stay. She opened a box next to her and retrieved an envelope. This is a letter from Mr. Kuroya. Will you give it to him? Of course. I would be honored. Okay. Took the envelope. So, you still haven't given up on Toko? Those words stunned me for a second. Of course not. I'm not planning on it. I even have intelligence stating that they haven't left the Kanto region. But that's in the state she was in, she wouldn't have. Father said there was a chance she could survive with proper medical treatment. Though I wasn't fool enough to not to realize there was only so much good that could do. Well, I have no right stopping you. Chizuru shook her head ever so slightly. So please continue to do as you see fit. I will. I knew this was solely for my own satisfaction, but even if her chances of survival were next to none, I wanted to find Toko. Okay then, I guess we'll be leaving the night of the 25th. We'll take a night train from Ueno. I'll bring you the tickets tomorrow, so please reimburse me for them then. Huh? What do you say? Sorry, you're breaking up. So that's coming straight out of your salary then? Great! Hey, do you seriously believe I'd fall for that old? I wasn't listening, so I hung up. You haven't even paid Masaki yet, have you? So she heard that all. I was just messing with him. Anyway, jokes aside, you heard that we're leaving on the night of the 25th, right? Yes, I know. Your suitcase is in your closet, so please bring it out. Sure thing, I'll take care of that now. I went back to my room and found my leather suitcase exactly where Yukari had said it would be. Just to be safe, I opened it up to make sure it hadn't become a den of mold. Mold, none. Stink, none. All good to go. With that settled, all that remained was the question of how much to pack, seeing as how I hadn't decided on my return train yet. That said, I planned to return before the new year, so the trip would probably just be under a week. Knowing Yukari, she'd probably do a good job of packing if I let her handle it. What, you can't even pack your own suitcase? I know these kinds of tasks are not your speciality, but come on, bruh. Reiji, I'm coming in. Yukari slid the door open, carrying laundry with her. Please take some clean underwear with you. Oh, and you have newer button-down shirts, so bring those. Also, don't forget your handkerchief. I was planning on asking you to pack, actually. This is your trip, so should you pack for yourself? Well, knowing me, I'd bring way too much stuff. Yeah. It's because you're such a mess outside of your job. Was that because I was type O? I wasn't exactly a believer in the idea that personalities could be classified by blood types, but then again, Yukari was as methodical as they said type A's were. So be it then. I'll pack for you in the morning of the 25th, so please just fold these yourself, if you would. Yukari pointed to the stack of laundry. Leave those there. I'll do them later. Why do I doubt that you actually will do them? That's a lie and we both know it. crap. Busted. Oh, fine. I'll fold them for you, so could you at least bring my futon over? Sure, no problem. Yukari had her own closet, of course, but she stored her futon in mine, and for one hell of a good reason, too. I brought the futon into Yukari's room. My hands were full, so I set it down without turning the lights on. Damn, this room's as spooky as ever. At first glance, it looked just like any other girl's room, but the sound of rustling from the closet quickly destroyed that illusion. Wonder what she keeps in there during the winter. I knew there were a shitload of larvae inside, but they weren't supposed to make sounds and move around, right? Reiji? I turned around and saw Yukari over by the light switch, a puzzled look on her face. Hey, Yukari. What's in the closet? I timidly pointed right at it. Same as usual, why? That was exactly what terrified me. I heard a noise in there, though. A noise? Yukari cocked her head and marched over to the closet. I saw rows of glass tanks full of dirt within. This was why Yukari kept her futon in my room. I don't see anything odd. The stag beetles and rhinoceros beetles haven't grown to adulthood either. Like hell I'd stand for those things flying out of there by the end of the month. The ants don't appear to be sneaking out either. Don't you dare let them escape. Yeah, she's a bit of an oddball with her insects, but you know. Otherwise, she's one of the best people in this game, I guess. It was already noon by the time I woke up. The night before, I'd packed my bag, got my work documents together, and read a book over a little glass of Shoujo. I must have passed out then. The book in question sat by my pillow. There was no bookmark, so I didn't even remember how far I'd gotten. Guess I'll just start from scratch. I rubbed the sleep out of my eyes as I entered the living room. Hey, Yukari, you got anything to... What's she doing here? Oh, good morning. Morning. I flopped down onto the sofa, then suddenly jolted my head up like I'd been struck by lightning. Ayumu was sitting across from me. Something the matter, Professor Tokisaka? Well, please wake up and get out of your pajamas, Reiji. We have company. Yukari emerged from the kitchen. Sheesh, not only is your shirt open, but you haven't even washed your hair. Have some shame, will you? Sorry. Well, to be fair, how could he have known that there was gonna be, people in the living room? They were talking about a party on the 25th, not the 24th. I instantly woke up and darted back to my room. Of course, Ayumu must be here to help set up for the party. Still, though, I gave the slob in the mirror another look over. I know they're both on the stoic side, but no reaction at all. Seriously? Got dressed and returned to find the living room empty. Yukari and Ayumu must have been in the kitchen. But in their places were coffee and toast on the table. Am I allowed to eat this yet? I was scared of getting scolded, but also too embarrassed to go ask. Screw it, down the hatch it goes. I ate the whole thing before they even had time to notice. A thought came to me as I sipped my coffee. Oh crap, I forgot to get presents. Better take care of that now. Hey Yukari, who else is coming to this party? I called out to the kitchen. Well, Sato's already here, so just Kayahara and Koane. Oh, and Mr. Masaki too. Kayahara, she's probably referring to that girl. Was hoping Kyoko could come too, but unfortunately she's too busy with work. Whatever. Masaki doesn't need a present. I'm going out for a bit. Okay, please be back soon. I know, no need to fear. I donned my coat and stepped outside. Taking the car would have been too much of a hassle on a day like this, so I decided to do all my shopping over in Kichijoji. But while the trek wouldn't be long, I still had to be careful not to trip on the snowy streets on my way over. It wasn't long before I reached Kichijoji station. Is she for real? I'd sensed someone stalking me the whole time. I saw her repetitiously look back at random intervals and saw her every single time. Clearly, she had yet to master the art of tailing. She's actually serious about working for me, isn't she? Could have just lost her in the crowd, but then people would have probably given us funny stares for our very unsubtle game of cat and mouse. Thus, it was only reluctantly that I stopped and turned around. And when I did, she just froze like a deer in headlights. I didn't even have to lure her into an alleyway. Still got a ways to go. I'll have to work on my tailing game. Don't, seriously. I didn't want to bother you while you were working, that's all. Working? Boy, she really missed the mark this time, didn't she? Why'd you leave the house? Because I saw you go. Oh, but I made sure to inform your sister first. Apparently I merited the same courtesy. So tell me, what are you investigating? I'm not working, seriously, just shopping. I say, so this is detective lingo, is it? Does shopping refer to information bartering, or something along those lines? It seems she still had the wrong idea. She'd been claiming she wanted to be a detective's assistant for quite some time now, but I didn't know it'd gotten this bad. Really, I'm just getting some presents for today. It totally slipped my mind, that's all. And so I reluctantly told her the truth. Why, is today someone's birthday? Well, I guess it is a certain celebrity's birthday. Oh wait, is that tomorrow? I'm getting Christmas presents for everyone. That includes you, of course. Huh. But doesn't Santa bring the presents? She doesn't actually believe that, right? What? No. No, she couldn't possibly still believe that at her age, could she? She seemed so mature that I sometimes forgot she was younger than Yukari. It only goes for your house, right? Presents from others such as myself, a totally different story. Couldn't do it. Couldn't be the one to murder her inner child. Oh, I see. Phew, thank God she bought it. I hope. It'd be best if I got something you really wanted, right? So is there anything you'd like? What, me? Ayuma's eyes widened. Nothing that comes to mind, really. She said that, but I didn't miss how she glanced at a nearby shop for a second. Well, that makes things tougher. Crossed my arms and approached the store. There were all kinds of hats out on display there. She seen one she'd liked. Ayumi came over and joined me. Now, what kind of hat would look good on a short-haired girl like her? What the frick's this deer stalker, anyway? Oh, it's like a detective's hat. Okay. I didn't know it was called like that. Alright. It could work for her, let's be honest. And she does want to be a detective's assistant, right? I doubt the decision really matters that much, but let's pick it just for shits and giggles. Don't you think this would look good on you? I grabbed a simplistic deer stalker. That's the kind of hat Holmes wears, isn't it? Right you are. It would go perfect with a pipe. I put it on Ayu's head. Not bad, but I think it would look better with a different coat. Then it would just be a costume, wouldn't it? Ayuma took off the deer stalk and put it back where I'd found it. I'd prefer this. Ayuma picked a piece of cloth off a nearby shelf. It was a handkerchief. Huh, and here I saw she'd been looking at the hats. Guess I was way off base. I'm not exactly an expert on those, so you should pick one you like. Alright. Ayumu stood before the shelf of handkerchiefs and scanned them as I watched her from behind. I figured it would probably be for the best to have her pick something she liked, rather than a clueless moron like myself. Though that wasn't really what you'd call a present. Professor Tokisaka. Ayumu turned to me with numerous handkerchiefs in hand. Crap, she's gonna make me pick, isn't she? I'd like to get this one. She pointed at the red one. Wait, then what are the rest for? The presents for the others. Seemed like the type who would have trouble coming up with ideas. Oh, well, how thoughtful of you. Can't argue with that assessment. This is for your sister, while these two are for Tori and Kayahara. And your assistant, my junior, is coming along too, isn't he? Your junior. That's an interesting way to call him. 2 words of the last sentence were incorrect, but I decided to pretend I hadn't heard them. But that still leaves 2 extra, doesn't it? Oh, those ones are for you, as well as Miss Hazuki over at Moonworld. Oh man, she really wasn't leaving any bases uncovered. I'll go back to help you with the party. You need to make a little detour first. You're really prepared for everything, huh? I scratched my head. Why did I get the feeling she'd be a far better assistant than Masaki? I mean, he didn't set the bar very high so far, so, you know. I headed for Moonworld after Ayumu and I went our separate ways. A Christmas present, huh? Have I even given one of those to her before? I glanced down at the tiny package in my hands. For some reason, I felt as nervous as a kid confessing to their crush. Well, honestly, you two already were getting it on, so... Yeah, I mean, that's not necessary at this point, right? Welcome. Oh, who do we have here? Kyoko was there all by herself. Hey. Still working? Nah, I'm taking today off. Though I'll be gone for a couple of days starting tomorrow night. Oh, a vacation? Believe me, I wish. I'm just teasing. Kyoko giggled as she poured me a hot cup of joe. Here you go. Thanks. I savored the coffee's aroma as I took a sip. So where are you going? Somewhere in the mountains of Toyama. So I won't even get there until the night of the 26th. By yourself? No, I'm taking my assistant with me. My male assistant, just so you're aware. I'm not worried about that. Good, because I don't recall giving you a reason to worry. True. Alright, this is for you. Placed the package on the counter right in front of her. My, a present. Well, you know, it is Christmas. I quickly drank my coffee. Wow, you've never given me one of these before. Can I open it? Sure, go ahead. Oh dear. Something wrong? You definitely didn't pick this out, did you? She knows him too well. What makes you think that? She was right on the money, but how? I mean, just look at it. Kyoko unfolded the handkerchief, revealing a giant embroidered heart. That Ayumu, huh? Damn it, I should have checked it first. That girl played me like a fiddle. Thank you, Tokisaka. Kyoko bent over. And gave me a peck on the lips. So what are your plans for today? We're going to have a party at my house. According to Yukari anyway. He's been really gung-ho about it. Ah, that's a shame. Do you have some time to spare? I guess a little couldn't hurt. Well, in that case, you're not gonna do what I think you are, right? Let me just quickly check what's gonna happen. Kyoko reached for the straps of her apron. Okay, yeah. She interrupted it, but I think they were about to. Beam me up, Hazuki. But then Fuyumi suddenly came dancing through the door. Oh shit. First thing, just be warned that it'll take me some time to roast them. Though I nearly fell off my stool, Kyoko acted like nothing had happened at all. Thanks, you're a real lifesaver. Oh, hey there, Kayara. I greeted Fuyumi when she plopped down on the stool next to me. Oh, you're, the gigolo, right? I am a detective, thank you very much. Detective Tokisaka. Right, Tokisaka, that's it. Now I remember. What a crock of shit. Sorry for blue balling you like that. So she'd seen the whole thing. Haha. I just figured I'd be waiting until sunset if I sat back and let that hanky-panky happen. What are you talking about? Kyoko joined in on the conversation as she lit the coffee roaster. Oh, nothing. I just figured I'd say hi, since he's gonna be watching my girl today. Wait. Yeah, it's so she really is your daughter, huh? Hands off her or you wake up much less of a man than he used to be. Yikes. You seriously think I'd do that? What can I say? My girl's a dish, though nothing compared to your little catch over here. What do you mean? Kyoko did set a pretty high standard, true. I mean, she's definitely waifu material. Okay, yeah, I guess we could do like one more segment for today, and then just when was it that Christmas took root in this country? From what Toji could remember, they'd been celebrating Christmas in Ueno and Asakusa since she was a little girl. Not that she'd ever celebrated it, of course. She'd been raised in the slums and lived a life of blood and carnage, so she didn't exactly mesh with the season's festivities. Toji spotted a boy carrying what appeared to be a Christmas present. A young couple holding hands, and a vendor in a Santa Claus outfit. However, she felt utterly disconnected from them all. Her breast came out as white steam. She'd never wanted such things. She'd never longed for such things. And yet, in spite of that, this snow was. Toji lit a cigarette. Phew. Snap out of it. What good's pandering it gonna do you? Toji glanced at the station's clock. It was almost time for him to make his entrance. That said, she didn't understand why he'd picked this spot to meet of all places. She even considered she might have been better off visiting him instead, much as she despised his guts. That just went to show how uncomfortable Toji felt, even though she never got that way normally. Hey. I doubt she was talking about the takoyaki salesman. Toji turned to face the gloomy old man, a slight twinge of comfort rippling within her. Merry Christmas. So you celebrated too, huh? She felt a migraine coming on. I've been a Christian for ages now, even passed as a priest once. She couldn't have cared less about what he was saying. Hey, you want to try our Christmas takoyaki? It's only available today. I'll pass. Toji immediately shut him down when she saw the poster that read "Have a holly jolly takoyaki." Kids these days. Who in their right mind passes on takoyaki with sweet cream? Well, is it just the batter, or does it also have octopus inside? Because octopus and sweet cream sounds like horrendous. The old man groused. Personally, Toji doubted anyone would even want to hear about sweet takoyaki, young or old. Hey lady, you waiting on a man? It's none of your business. Oh, talk about feisty. Sure not gonna be a silent night for you, that's for sure. Toji fought the urge to punch him. She had a respectable job now, so she couldn't just be starting brawls in the streets. It is. I only had it once though, but that wasn't bad. I don't know, I feel like the octopus inside is a little bit chewy sometimes, but yeah, no, it's... I guess that's just how it is. But overall... Besides, she'd rather drink piss-flavored miso soup for the rest of her life than ever be in a relationship with him. Realizing she didn't know if she'd be able to restrain herself, Toji left the old man behind and docked herself at a spot where she could see the station's ticket gate. Once settled in, she popped another cigarette between her lips. Oh, okay, this guy. Yeah, okay, and I know now where that sentiment came from. A lighter zoomed toward her from the side. What are you, a gigolo? However, Toji accepted the lie despite her quip. I'm always civil with the ladies, always. Oh, that's a pretty cool picture, huh? They worked, I guess you could say they worked kind of together in Katagra, so they know each other in any case. Although I still didn't expect him to make his appearance here, to be honest. You're so full of shit. Toji spewed out smoke with her words. The surroundings grew even whiter with snow. That's exactly why I summoned you on this holiest of nights. You're just begging for a broken jaw, aren't you? Only if you're offering to spend the night in lockup for interfering with the civil servant's duties. Like hell that would happen. You're not even on duty. Oh, what I am. Yaginuma produced an envelope from his pocket. I need you to investigate some illegal clinical trials. Are you shitting me? Toji took a breath and glared at Yaginuma. You do know I'm looking into the blessed congregation right now, don't you? Which is exactly why I'm requesting your services. The two are not unrelated, for you see, this concerns the father of Mizuki Itose, one of the victims. Seriously? How? What does it all mean? That's what I'm asking you to find out. I hardly see the issue you've presented. I hardly see the issue. You've presently hit a roadblock in your investigation of the blessed congregation, have you not? Mind your own goddamn business. But despite cursing him out, thoughts were racing through Toji's mind. Much as she hated to admit it, he was right. Her investigation into the blessed congregation wasn't going nowhere fast. It was entirely plausible that he had absolutely nothing to do with the serial killings. And yet, something about them still bugged her. This talk of illegal clinical trials still seemed completely random, however. Toji failed to see how the two could possibly be related. Which meant Yaginuma was clearly hiding something from her. Knowing him, he probably just wanted all the glory for himself. Not that Toji had any interest in renown, when all was said and done. If he wanted to get ahead in life, then so be it. Now, first things first, I'd like you to find out if the blessed congregation has dabbled in illegal clinical trials. I've other jobs I've got to take care of before, and just so you know, you don't mind, do you? Hardly, we're looking into this ourselves as well, after all. I wouldn't place all my eggs in one basket. Yaginuma agreed with her like he was pardoning a criminal from the gallows, then handed her the envelope. It was rather sick. Just like Toji herself, huh? What is this, hush money? Your corporation fee. You may talk openly about anything you uncover so long as it has to do with what you're currently investigating. was just as good as saying she wasn't allowed to say a word about the rest. Sure, why the hell not? Toji shoved the envelope into her coat. I'll consider it a Christmas present from your bosses. One last thing. That envelope contains a receipt, so do be sure to fill it out and send it back to us if you'd please. Got a real talent for killing people's moods, you know that? Okay.
Happy New Year!
Not quite yet, Kurane. Alright, I guess this is as good a point as any to call it a day. So man, we did certainly learn a lot today about the overall story. Masaki's whole backstory, or I guess I should say Ayato Hinagami, and what happened with Satsuki, the whole story after the war. And then some other investigating afterwards with Nanako. So yeah, we've made a big step in the investigation, and tomorrow Reiji's gonna go to Toyama himself. And yeah, I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, in any case, thank you very much for stopping by. I appreciate the company always. And yeah, until next time, have a good one and take it easy. Bye bye.